do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all. Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Okay, so I think I've come close to fixing the quick wire problem in this base real quick. I also discovered a different problem, but we're fixing that now too. And then we got to go back to where we're building our fucking, I don't know if it's big enough to be called the mega factory, but that okay, there. I need this thing to fucking empty. Get empty. Okay, so you're gonna need a sink. As soon as this thing's fucking doesn't need to be doing it like that. There we go. Okay, now we don't need that one. We don't need that one, and we don't need that one. So we need that to be a programmable splitter. We need this one to be a smart splitter also. It doesn't matter. Programmable, smart, whatever. So if we go like that, let me see you go here first. Let me see you go here last. So this Right output any. Cool. Left output there is none. Center output overflow. So when those back up, they'll get here. Center output any. Right output doesn't matter. Left output overflow. Okay, well, we didn't 100% fix our quickwire issue. It's still only running 78% of the time. But this only uses 5.6 a minute. So we're actually making too many. In fact, that is perfect. So, slowing down our quick wire per minute needed should be the rest of the solution to that problem. And now this bitch can keep making supercomputers and sending them directly to the sink, because that's, that's what there is. Well, our radio control units are good. Except this one that isn't getting any crystal oscillators at all. None. There are 0 crystal oscillators. Oh no. Oh, even the one at the front only has... Oh god. The one at the front of the manifold only has 2 crystal oscillators. Oh my lord. Well, I mean, you've got plenty. You're not getting enough reinforced iron plate. Okay. Yo, who built this factory? There's something wrong here. Who built this factory? You're also not getting enough reinforced iron plate. Well, I guess you seem to have too much of that, so you can both just make more, I guess. We'll see how that goes. Why would there only be 2 machines making reinforced iron plate? Feels like a mistake. Okay, well, that's this area done. And now it's time to head back to our base. Edit timetable. Take me to space 2. Save. Go. I'm just wondering if putting 2 of them like that makes it faster. Ah yes, we're in the bad part of the track.
I'm the conductor of the poop train!
Oh, the wavy, bumpy bit. I want to rip it all out and replace it with my new trains that are so much smoother. I'm not going to. That's like a lot of wasted time. I'm not going to do that. But I want to do that a little bit. All right, here we go. Now on to the smoother part. The train that was my first thought. When this time is back to get the freakier ascendancies. I don't know. All I know is I don't wanna. Turn off self-driving and we brake, come screeching to a halt right here, and then we jump out and we destroy our train. Bye buddy, see ya, thanks for the lift. Okay, let's remind ourselves what we did. So we've made the cable, we've made the circuit boards, we've made the reinforced iron plates, the modular frames, the steel beams, the steel pipes, the wire, although for some reason I didn't leave any post-it notes on those. I feel like I should put post-it notes on those. Oh, down, Jerry, down a random patch of snow. Jeez, that's 5. That's actually the full set. That's the full hand. That's as upsetting as that is. That's the full hand of like bad luck that was there. That's actually, you're done now, right? Like that was the full hand. That's all 5 cards. You dealt 5 bad cards, and that's them. Alright, wire. Regular wire. Was that 410? Is that what I said I made? Yeah, 410. Then this building back here is quick wire. Over here? No. and it makes 1,576. Now, if I remember right, we already hooked up the exit line for that one, the exit line for that one, and both of the merges to merge into that box in the top line. Cool. So I believe this is what we were doing, is hooking up all the stuff that needs wire. So in theory, yes, so we did those two. So in theory, this one could be next, but we could also make those two next. Yeah, no freak here for me. No PoE for me until PoE 1's launch. I found myself a little bit burned out on ARPGs as a whole. I decided it was time to take a very long needed break. It hasn't happened in a very, very long time. Like 8 years. like 8 years. I was like, nope, we need a break from ARPGs. We've had enough. We just launch stuff onto the floor when they weren't connected with things. Oh god. Well, you're saying like the end of something would need to be something that would stop it, like a box or a machine or something. Like if there wasn't a thing at the end, it would just fucking yeet it. It'd be hilarious. Okay, so we did just make this stage. I think that's what we do next, is this bit, since we just made those. We just made the wire and that, and the rest of the quick wire now has to go there. So I believe it's time to make this, which I'm gonna make 6 manufacturers. Do I even have a manufacturer blueprint? Oh, fantastic. I do. And I'm gonna want 6 of them. Okay, so I think you're a manufacturer. You're going to need both of the things from that side, but you're also going to need all the remaining wire here, which is also 2 lines. So it actually doesn't matter which side you go on. You're going to have to run 2 cables across. So there's another delay in the future. No, you know better than that. There is nothing you can do to alienate the PoE audience. We'll just keep coming back. Everybody who's like, they're in trouble, the company's in trouble. If they don't do this, everyone will leave. It's never happening. It's never happening. We're all addicted and you know it. It's not happening. So if I put the assemblers back a little, yeah, I put the assembler room. I was tempted to actually come out twice. Jason's been 11% over 0 interest in logging in since then. I mean, that's fair. That should be fair for a lot of people. There are a lot of people who currently play PoE 2 every league that shouldn't, that will eventually love PoE 2 when it's like ready to be a shipped product. It isn't right now. It just straight up is not ready. It's not a shippable product right now. There's a lot of people that would benefit from just not, right? Right? Like they just don't. Like a lot of people would benefit from just don't. Okay, now we're gonna work out how much room I need back here. I need to make 6 manufacturers, so I think that's 2 stories high would be fine. So let's just check if I can fit 3 of my manufacturers here. Make me end up playing again until 1.0. Yeah, but that's like a good move, right? At least in my opinion, that's a good move. Okay, so if I really wanted to squeeze it and really squeeze it, I could fit 4 on a single platform, but I don't think that that's the right move. I think we need 6, so I think we just build 3x3, right? We build 3 with some gaps on either side so that I can actually deal with logistics. And we go up another level. Hold. And if we get them in exactly the same place on the level above. Boom. I don't feel so far behind that I just won't be able to play. I think you'll be fine. Okay, so this is going to be making high-speed controllers, all of them. What, connector or controller? What was that? High-speed connector. Cool. Let's do some math. 5.39. $89.83. That is inconvenient. Okay. So I gotta split this between 6 machines, not 5. And I need it to be equal. So 4 machines, 2 on each level at 100%. And then I've got 1.39 machines to split between 2 levels. Or 1.39 machines that have to be split in half. But it only goes to 2 decimal points. So I guess one of them runs at 70% and one of them runs at 69. Is how that works. 70% on that one. $69% on that one. Goes to 4 decimals. Does it? Every time I do that, it messes up. So you're saying I could have gone 69.5 on both? Yes. Yes, you can. Okay, cool. That keeps both levels identical. So first thing, painting. I need you to be something in the look of green. That looks a bit like a computer part green, I think. Oh god. I think I may have forgotten to hook up power to my floating factory. Hold on. Okay, over here. And then like in every building, we pull it over to the corner. And we go floor. Floor. To floor. And we reconnect that one over to the center one also. And then because this is too wide, you get reconnected to that centerpiece over there. And the same thing should happen down here. You get connected to that one. Okay, now I can hover around without dying. You put it in the equation and it'll just math it out. So you're going to be like 100 times 3. Oh, so when I'm doing this and I need 139, but split into two machines, I can be like 139 divided by 2, enter. Huh. I didn't know I could do it right there. That actually is very helpful. That is actually very helpful. I did not know it would let me do it just there like that. Okay, so everything going into these machines is built for MK1s. Is that okay? Nope. Each machine takes in 210 quick wire per minute. Yo. Relax. I'm gonna need you to calm the whole way down. Holy. Okay, so everything else is fine, but one of you needs to be MK3 belts coming in. And so that's gonna be the bottom one. Bottom one is going to do quick wire and then has the MK3 belts. Most of the time when you use assemblers, you're using a small amount of items like this, or at worst this. So MK1 belts like look better, but sometimes it's using an MK3 belt because you need to bring in fucking a disgusting amount of wire. Okay, so a needle pulling thread. So these two are the easy ones because they're actually built right here. This has got all my cable and this has got my circuit boards. Splitters are turned the wrong way if you're bringing it up from the bottom. No, because I'm going to bring it up from the bottom on this side. Right? Wouldn't this be fine? Yeah. Oh, these can't be MK3 belts. These straight up, these ones need to be the big ones. What do you think of making ramen using pickle juice water? I don't like pickles, so I think that sounds gross. Okay, so immediately that one will go in, right? No, you can't go this way around. So there's going to be two separate lines of quick wire that come in. They'll all come in the logistics floor, but the first one will have to go in here to be as neat as possible, right? The second one will have to come up behind it, and it'll just have a little gap. So not there, there. And it'll just have a little gap to go in there because we've got to split our quick wire. Honestly, I think I've split this quick wire in like the most, I don't want to say like the most clever way, but like in a clever way that required way less work from me. Because I have 3 whole floors making quick wire. And quick wire has to go to like 4 different places, which is insane. It's got to go to these 2 factories to make those things, but only in small numbers. And then 300, which is a decent number, it's half a floor's worth, has to go over here to make stators. And then 1131 has to come over here to make these. And I was like, how the fuck do I load balance that? And then I realized I don't have to. I don't have to load balance that. 1 floor just goes everything forward, overflow. That's the little one. Then the one that takes 300, everything forward, overflow. Then the overflow enters the top row of a box, and the third floor on its own enters the box, and then that's all of the remaining wire, and 2 cables come out the end, and that will be 2 even cables that have to go into that factory. So instead of doing all of the load balancing, I've just overflowed, mixed them into a box, and now have 2 equal outputs. I think that works quite well. Now, bad news, I need to get both of the quick wire down, so dropped to the floor. Now, both versions of the quick wire are going to have to travel over this gap here. So like always, if I have to travel, I will go below the belt lines. So I think I can do it. I think it'd be okay to go here and here. Like that. 2 nice height belts. Right, and then you'll drop down here. And you'll reattached to here. And then turn in and come in there, which will mean one of you needs to be sideways and one of you needs to be forward like that, and that is where the 2 quick wires have to go in. That will put all the quick wires straight into the bottom row of machines, which is the one where I upgraded the belts to handle the larger quantity. We will recolor those ones later. They're intentionally colored different so that I know everything's going into the correct place. Okie dokie. So, if that's where I decided they're going, then right up the top floor, in the same spot, I need 2 holes. And they're both going to... I was choosing Satisfactory over Freakier. I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I'm so burned out on ARPGs as a whole that I would choose going outside over Freakier. Now you can take that however you like. You can take that however you like. Is 1 click high enough to go? It is. Let's settle down. I mean, I'm settled. This is settled. Oh, damn it. What's the point of having a full logistics floor if you don't at least make use of it? Boom. Okay, so those are both the ones that come out of the box. It's just, I really need to make a YouTube video on it. just to like explain what's going on and that I'll be back for launch. In fact, I will do that this week so that I don't freak everybody out. But essentially, I've been, if you check the, like you can check like stream stats and whatnot. And basically, I don't want to say I've played the most ARPGs of anyone in the world for the last 8 years, because I don't think that would be quite true. But without double checking, I'm definitely in like the top 0.5%. And I have like the stream numbers to prove it. Like there'll be a few people who have played more than me, but not many. And it's fine. I love them. But also, is it? like I'm burned out. Like that's like, is it? Because I feel pretty burned out. Okay, so now we have to do some magic bullshit. So we fucking zoop some of these floors over whenever appropriate. I reckon you'll make it to here. I don't think you'll make it in one go, but we'll see. So essentially, yeah, just burned the fuck out is what's happened. That's all. That didn't work at all. Okay. Just like a real city. They're not like perfectly lined up. Each building is, but... Okay, well if you're gonna do it like that, if you're gonna be like that for me, then what we'll do is we'll just attach this like this. Right? Because that should be perfect height. And it is fucking fantastic. Okay, there's that quick wire. Yeah, I'm gonna need one of you. Well, since you're coming in from underneath, there's no reason for you to end there like that. You might as well. You might as well do that. And you might as well do... I mean... Shit, if they're gonna come over together, we could have the match right there. And... even though we built this through the floor and it looks silly, we just put a floor hole right there and a floor hole right there, and it looks exactly like it's supposed to. Even though technically that floor hole's attached to nothing and that lift actually just goes through the cement. But it doesn't look like that. It looks fine. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And you go in that one. And you go in that one. And you'll fill that machine. And you'll keep going up and you'll fill those machines. And we have our quick wire. And then we grab our fucking disenchant tool. Yep, that's what this is called. We make it only target foundation 1 meters. And then we go like this the whole way along. Oh, missed one. You're not part of the building. Fantastic. And now, floating belt. The spaghetti is all under the city. We make spaghetti underneath the city. It's somewhat organized chaos under here. Somewhat organized chaos. But then, ta-da, neatness. Although everything has to be made into buildings eventually. I swear I'll make everything into buildings eventually. Okay, so you're gonna want to come down and over, as well as you. Unfortunately, you come out this side, which is fine. That's why we have a logistics floor. So that's where the cable is going to come from. So perfect spot for the cable to come up would be about here, I believe. Let's go one back so you have enough room, because I need you to go into number 2. So if I'm right on the edge there like that, then I should be able to be right on the edge there like that. Right, and then the idea will be that you'll come up. Is it exactly 2 clicks? Yes. You'll come up exactly 2 clicks. And then you'll do that. And you're in. And you'll connect to that one. And you'll connect to that one. You'll go like that, and then a splitter will go there, Or is it up one? Oh, down one. That. And you'll go straight into there. And you'll go straight into there. And you'll go straight into there. Perfect. Perfect. What the fuck? That's not perfect. What have you done? How did that stick out there instead of going into the floor hole? If you will excuse me, this one can stay. This one should come like that to here. I didn't know you could put splitters on the conveyor lifts. Oh, yeah. Not only can you, it costs different shit, by the way. Like, it's like an extra something. I've turned off build costs unless I don't have them, so I'd have to find that option to put it back on. But yeah, you can do splitters, I think. Maybe merges. Yeah, merges as well. They don't gain extra sides. Right? It's still 4 ways. It's just up and down is two of the ways. Right? And so it just only has 2 side holes. Damn it. 1 lower than that. Damn it, 1 higher than that. I discovered it by accident. Like, I didn't mean to. I was just trying to place a splitter at some point and it like hooked on to the lift and I was like, huh? What? Well, that's ugly, but it fits. Yeah, I did it in 1.1. I am. Oh, and you get a fake floor hole so that you look correct, and you get a fake floor hole so that you look correct. That's my other favorite trick, is using that like any floor hole will connect to any floor hole thing to just connect a lift through multiple stories like that, because technically this lift is not connected to that ground hole I just made. But if you just plant the lift from the top of your building to the bottom of your building using 2 holes, you can just put fake floor holes on the ground and it just looks normal. It just, that's exactly where the floor hole was supposed to go, so it looks exactly like it was built properly. Oh god, what happened here though? There, fixed it. Yeah, fixed it. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, this one can bring either cable, or it doesn't matter what goes on that line. One of the 2 things has to go on that line though. It looks like I already figured out where cable's going. So is that you? Is that you? Are you cable? Pretty sure you're cable. Yep, cool. That's the cable. Dum dum dum. Well, I hate that that sticks out, but it's okay because I'll just make more road under there. It's fine. I'm gonna make more road under there, but I'm not gonna say it's not upsetting. And you might as well face that away. What on earth do you mean? What on earth do you mean? Did I build you wrong? What the fuck is going on? I did. That shouldn't have let me. That shouldn't have let me. Something's not right. Okay. There we go. Cable. 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 Alright, we got cable. And now, last but not least, in line with you, but another click back, so you have a little extra room. We'll go into the third thing, which puts you one click over from the center of the tile. So if I come down to the bottom floor, well, the second bottom floor, I guess, and I go one click over from the center tile, boom. Then out the top, 1, 2, 3, 4. You get to, that's too high. Right now. Yep, there we go. And that's where you'll go. And that's where you'll go. And that's where you'll go. And you'll come from here all the way to there. That should be fine. And another splitter will happen right there. I think that's right. That was not right. One more splitter will happen. Hold, please. Where can I look from? Must be built on a lift. You're on a lift, buddy. There. That'll do. Okay, so now all you need is the third part, which is this bit from the top. This bit from the top. Okay, where do I want you to come down and where do I want you to go? So you're gonna go that way. Which means I'd like you to come down somewhere here would be really nice. So could you come back around to say center spot? I think that'd be nice. You're an innie. Over you go. Now, I'd like you to face, I think that way. Yeah, I'll have you come out right next to it, so I think that'll be alright. I mean, I could have you face this way and come out immediately here. Yeah, I'm covering the whole road anyway, so that'll be fine. This is gonna end up being bitumen here. This is not a, it's not like open or anything. So that should be fine. And I can have you come in. The same as all the others down here. So I'll just have you come across next to that and go in there. And you connected and up you go. That was pretty quick to stop. See, weird shit happens though sometimes. Like I built that fine, right? But for some reason, sometimes when you use these vertical splitters, they just like, they like cut the lift and you just have to like reattach it sometimes. So be careful if you're doing that, because sometimes it just misbehaves. Like cuts the lift into pieces for no reason, but you just reattach it, it works and it'll work forever. It just for some reason does that. I don't know why. Okay, so here's what we do here. I grab that one, I disconnect it. This one, bring it over here. Now you'll have nowhere to go, but you're all on, you're all recipe set, and you're all fed. So where am I sending this? So it's only 20 per, and it's going to be sent to the stator. And we're going to be making stators and rotors next, I believe. So I don't know where those are going, but that's where they're going. We're making stators and rotors next. So, time to turn on this building. I should be able to turn on the whole building all at once by just connecting you to power, which comes from there. Boom. It'll take them a minute to go green because they need just a shitload of quick wire. And they're all on. It's beautiful. Now let's check the furthest one to make sure it is gaining quick wire slightly quicker than it's using it. It is. Fantastic. As well as everything else. Fantastic. Look at that flow. Look at that flow. One small problem. The quick wire over here isn't actually connected to that box. So it's just sort of emptying a box that doesn't do anything, and that's going to be over real soon. let me connect up those. There we go. Let's get that box refilling, shall we? There we go. Perfect. That box will ever so slowly empty, but it won't actually empty. It'll just empty a little quicker than it fills until it fills every machine with the 500, and then it won't anymore. Then it'll slow itself down. Okay, fantastic. So next up, I believe we might do stators right here, and we might do rotors on the other side. So stators right here, rotors right there. Right? Stators right there. We need 5 machines, rotors on the other side, which need fucking... I might make that 12 or 14. We'll see. Damn, shit getting complicated in here. Shit's getting complicated. But you have to go make things so complicated. Wait, am I already making status? Hold on, I'm already making status, right? Am I already making rotors? Hold on. I might be making status already. I think I have to make electromagnetic control rods now. Where am I? Am I making status? I think so. Aha. Status? My status are all getting made. So my status are done, and now that's done. So, am I doing rotors? don't think I'm doing rotors yet. The one thing this thing is missing is the ability to like tick off a machine. Just be like, tick, I've built this. Okay, so I've built stators and high-speed control units. So I could do the electric motor thing. No, I could do the electromagnetic control rod, which is the thing that builds into electric motors. But I would also need to build this to build into electric motors. Okay. So, right, so these two parts line up. So those are the next two things that I have to make. You round down and just underclock a machine. I underclock or overclock to keep my buildings neat. However I need to do it. So it's a little bit different every time, but like I have a decent power grid and I have a lot of power shards. So I may, in certain cases like this one, I'm probably just going to make 14 machines and I'm just going to split into, like, I'm just going to split the excess over like 2 machines or something, right? I'll underclock, like, because it'll probably end up in 2 rows and I'll just make like the last one in each row underclocked a little so that it ends up making exactly the amount that I want, because that was easier. But in something like this one right here, right, where I only need 2.3 machines, I go, that's a bit awkward. That doesn't really fit in like my square blocks or anything. So I'm actually just going to build 2 of those and just overclock one of them by 31%, and then that'll still be enough. So I go both ways depending on like how much space it takes up, whether it matches belt speeds or whatever, right? Like, although this is the first time I've tried to build a base that makes exactly as much as of every part as it needs, which is not the way I built my last bases. The way I built my last base was I picked the end products, right? And then I found the area that had the materials that I wanted, and then I just maxed out the raw materials and then built to make as much as I possibly could of those items. Right? And so there was overflow areas and sinks everywhere and all that sort of stuff, which was fine. Nothing wrong with it. That is one way, and it maximized the amount of items that you can have. But every time I build a base, I'm building on like a different principle or like a different thought process just to see which way I like better. This base I decided is just going to make 10 magnetic field generators and 5 thermal propulsion rockets per minute. And that's its job. And so I worked it all the way back to the exact amount of raw material that I needed, and I've literally not taken extra. So there are veins there that just I'm not pumping 100% of, right? I'm only taking 280 out of my copper vein. I'm only taking 290 out of my Caterium vein. I don't know if I like this idea or the other idea better, but this is my first time playing, so I'm just building everything a different way until I figure out which ways that I like the most, right? Watching different streamers to see their thought processes. Yeah, I did. Well, this is my first playthrough, so my thought process is a jumbled mess. And also, continually, every time I go back to the last base I built, I want to just blow the whole thing up and start again because it looks terrible. Like I go build a new base somewhere to do something else, and then I come back to look at the last one and it's horrible. And then you go back again, it's worse, and you go back again, it's worse, and it just... I swear they're getting nicer, but oh man, do I want to delete some stuff. The absolute biggest advice that I can give anyone is to get your fucking train station up and running as quick as possible and just work out trains. They're a pain in the ass, but like, trains are so good. Trains are actually so good for two reasons. Not, the big part isn't, I mean, sure, the big part is like moving large quantities of stuff long distances automatically. That's great. What's better is that the whole fucking train station is a power line. The whole fucking train station is a power line. So it's not just the station, but the whole track. The whole track is powered. So like, there's no power line that leads into my base from anywhere. Because this whole thing, the whole way is powered. So you can actually build your train track out to wherever you want your new base to be. You can use the hover pack the whole time if you've got that unlocked, but even if you don't, you can just do it walking in the sky. You can just connect your blueprints. It's powered the whole way. When you get to the other side where there's a new base, you can just pull a power line off the train station and into the base. You don't have to run fucking power cables across the whole fucking zone. It's the best. This is also my favorite new trick when building a base. If you're going to build off the ground a little bit, I actually put in my blueprint, I just made a 5x5 blueprint for the ground floor, and I put a power nubbin on the roof of my 5x5 so I can place a whole base, and underneath it I can just connect power from power nubbin to power nubbin to power nubbin to power nubbin. And so now everywhere I go has power, and there's no power lines up here. And a silver power halfway across the map because I'm too impatient to get the train unlocked. Trust me, it's so worth. I did too though, like, to be fair. Like, I've got my first base, which is disgusting, is down here. My second one is there. My third one is here. And then my fourth one was all the way over here. This is the first one that's like a decent base. And there's just a bunch of like Mark II power poles that just like line the entire way from like here to 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 here, and they just go through the whole thing until they get over here where my massive base is. Because I didn't even have trains unlocked, so there's like no trains down here or anything. Honestly, I don't even want a train to go down there. These bases are all embarrassing. They don't need a train line. They don't deserve to get looked at. But anyway. God damn, those are still flowing. Shouldn't these machines be backed up by now? Oh, I guess they only make like 20 a minute or something. The whole thing only makes 20 a minute. Right, they only make like 3.5 a minute each. Ew. Alright, so they will eventually just turn off because I haven't sent them anywhere. Alright, back to building. So I need to make a lot of motors. It's not even a lot of motors. Wow, is the recipe for motors that bad? Really? That's a lot of machines. I feel like maybe... this is a pretty good use of overclocking. Can I run 13.67 machines in, say, 6? I think I can. .67 divided by 6 would put all of them at 227%. Yeah, it's a lot more power usage, but having to only make 6 machines is pretty nice. Yeah, 6 machines instead of 14 feels like the right move. Cool, where's my steel pipe? Oh no. Where is my steel pipe? Aha. Well, I could easily steal steel pipe off that row right there. And send it across. Yeah, I could steal steel pipe here. And just go like down one level under here. And that could put steel pipe into this area. And the other thing I would need to go with steel pipe is regular wire, which would also come from that way. Yeah, okay. We'll do that here then. So, blueprint. Odds and ends. 5 floor plus logistic, please. Hold. Question is, can I fit 6 of these machines in here? What machine do I need again? Assemblers. I don't know if I can fit 6 assemblers into a 5x5. I mean, could I? Yes. Do I need to? No. Okay, so 6 assemblers instead, which would put all of them at 227.8333%. That's awkward. That is awkward. shit, what were you even making? Rotors. That one. $2.2783333. Okay, so that's not the right way to mix these up. There'll be a right way to mix these up. So let's say they all go to 200% to start with. Right? Let's say they all go to 200% to start with. Okay, that's those all pasted. So now it's as if I have 12 machines. So now it's as if I have 12. I need 1.67 machines. So 2 more of them can go up straight up 50%. That's as if I have 1 more machine. Now it's as if I have 13 machines. And then I keep closing this and I don't know why. So then the third one would be 6, 7, which is not enough. We would need to, so that'll go 50. And then the next one will be 17% more than that. So 217. Boom. A lot of overclocking in this one. So 6 equivalent to 12, all at 200. There's 13. 0.5. 0.67. Okay. That should be the correct amount. And you're gonna need steel pipes and wire. Both of which are gonna come in from here. So we're gonna say wire first. Regular wire. Oh, whoops. Yo, 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 yo. Be closer to power. Be closer to power. Oh. Oh, there we go. Ah. Somebody didn't follow the rule. When you place down a new building, join the power up to the highway. There we go. Okay, so you're gonna be regular wire, which is actually coming from just over here. And it already has a down pipe right there. Fantastic. Well, I actually just need to spin you around. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Ta-da! And you're in. Regular wire. How much do you use per So even clocked up, you're only at 75. But if those are Mark 1 belts, they only do 60. So that's going to be an issue. On steel pipes, though, use nothing 20 a minute, so Mark 1 would be fine for you. You'll need to be connected, and you'll need to be connected. And there we go. Wire flooded through the whole system. We good. And now, steel pipe. We're gonna yoink steel pipe from where? Oh, I could take it straight off here. Is this one of the bigger uses of steel pipe? Let me check out where my steel pipe comes from. This is actually the single biggest use of steel pipe. So I will pull you directly from the main line so that you get at least half of the production flooding down there. Assuming that's what this is, which I'm pretty sure it is. It is. Fantastic. So if I split that here, can I actually just run a line? See, I could split it off here, which is closer, but this is the biggest production of steel pipe, so I'd rather it came off the main line if I could. And I'd like to come through this gap, so I think the best way is to work backwards. So that's where I want you to go. That's where I want the steel pipe to be. To it with a gap in case I need to pull anything off it at any point. No need for you two to go fucking mental next to each other. Okay. Perfect. Logistics floors are the absolute best. Ta-da! Steel pipes. I'm racing them. I'm racing them. I mean, I'm getting here quicker because I'm running down the belt. Here they come. Up. And steel pipes, 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 and steel pipes. Hey. Don't need this little nubbin. And that'll be where you come out. Now connect each blueprint to each other. Connect each blueprint to each other. Grab the power from anywhere underneath. And connect it to any machine. Yep. That's the most hidden one. Boom, machines are on. They're all overclocked to hell. But they make motors. Or rotors, or whatever it is they're meant to be. Perfect. Are MK2 belts even enough for you? Yeah, 60 wire per minute on this one. Yeah, they're fine. Don't need that little nubbin. Yep, fantastic. Those are filling up even though they're quick. They're filling up quicker. The ones at the end obviously fill up the slowest, but that's fine. And these will keep running until the machines fill. Which I believe are stacks of 100. And that's it. Speaking of, these ones should be stopping, and it looks like they are. The ones in the middle were the underclocked ones. Yep, so they'll take a little bit longer to finish their stacks. Just remember what we were doing and keep labels on everything. High-speed connectors. How much you making of them? 20.2 per minute. And then next, over here, but you'll be making this one, rotor, 68.3. Just so I can hover around. There. Okay. Rotor's done. Next stage uses the stators that I've already made, I think, and the high-speed control units. I have already made the stators, right? They were them over there. Building a list without the intention of filling up a storage or anything. Should grab what is needed. The refill itself or set up supplying something. This setup will supply the space elevator. So like I said, every building has been built differently, but this small city is built from front to back to provide exactly 10 magnetic field generators a minute and 5 thermal propulsion rockets a minute. And that's the whole thing. That's the whole factory, and there should be no waste and no sinks and no backups and nothing. And it should just run forever. And I'm making the exact amount of everything that I need down the train, or like down the line. And it should make this entire city is just gonna make 10 magnetic field generators and 5 thermal propulsion rockets per minute, and that's it. That's this whole city that I'm only like halfway through building, and that's all it makes. But they are 2 of the elevator control parts, these 2 for phase 4. I don't know how many of these I might need in the next phase, so I just decided on a number, which was I'd make 10 of these, and then I based everything else on that. So like, I'm making 10 of them, I need 500, so I must only need 5 of these because that only needs 250. And then when I build a separate base for these, I'll try and make 10 of them. And then when it's nuclear pasta time, I don't know what the fuck I'll do with that, because I hear you need a lot of that in the last phase, so that might break the rule. I might try and make 5 of that or something, because the word is you need quite a bit more of this in the last phase, so I might try and make 5 of that as well instead. But we'll see, because apparently this thing is as big as the other 3 combined. It's like the hard one to make, so we'll see what happens when we get there. I don't even think it's hard like confusing, it's hard like in it just takes an absolute shitload of raw material. Because when you go to grab it, it needs nuclear pasta, which needs copper powder, which needs just an absolute shitload of copper ingots to make into powder. And you have to be making pressure conversion cubes, which is like a whole thing. It's going to need its own fused modular frame factory. It's going to need its own fucking radio control unit factory, both of which are like pretty in-depth, right? Like, so it uses this fucking machine, which I've not placed yet, the particle accelerator, which apparently uses an absolute shit ton of power also. So that's why those things aren't part of this base, because that's like a whole thing. I'm confident I'll be able to build these 2 and finish it up, and then build this one separately. That'll need supercomputers and whatever that is, adaptive control units. But then I may encounter a power problem before I make this fucking nuclear pasta. There might be a power problem before we get to that building. But I'm pretty sure I can make these 3 in my current power grid, and then we'll have to worry about power after that. Okay, so next step. How to eat an elephant. Okay, moving on. I would like to take my rotors and my... Oh no, we haven't made electromagnetic control rods yet. We need motors, rotors, and those to... and this is the one I need to sloop temporarily when I get there. Because I need these to do this unlock, which I do need. Okay, so I would like to get to making that. So we just made the rotors. So we'd need motors. We still need motors. We still need fucking radio control units. Okay, so we haven't made any of those points yet. We have only made the rotor section. So, continuing down, you're next. Electromagnetic control rods. We need 5 of you. I'm going to build that on 4 because it'll fit in a building nicely. Huh. I might build you in 4. And then since you only supply this, I might build that in 4 and that in 4 in the same building. Then I'll have 4 assemblers on 1 floor and 4 assemblers on the floor above it that make 2 different things. Bit of overclocking, that should be fine. So let's do that. Where would I like to place them? So electromagnetic control rods. So let's see, we need the rotors, where are we making them now? Right here. What if I make that a higher building? What if I make all 3 on this section right here? Can be a nice tall building again. Like, imagine these buildings enclosed when you do so, right? Like, imagine them being actual buildings, because they will be at some point. This is becoming a city. Where do those even go? Where do my modular frames go? Oh, they go into there. Oh wow, this part's like done. I could be making those. Yo, are you making... Is there 3 things? Oh, electromagnetic control rods go to 3 different places. Okay, you should almost certainly be on the ground then. The fact that pure copper ingot recipe effectively converts copper into 2.5 times more effectively into ingots is wild. Yeah, but you do have to deal with water. All the pures do that though. So, worth, I think. What is at least the easiest fluid to worry about? Water, when it's at the first stage of any factory, is at least the easiest one to worry about, because if you're providing too much water, the pumps just shut off occasionally, but nothing happens to your production. And so that's okay, cool, right? Like, oh no, that's fine. What madness are we building? It's not even that mad. I'm just trying to build a factory that makes 5 thermal propulsion rockets a minute and 10 magnetic field generators, which I didn't think was that big of an ask. I really didn't. I didn't think it was that many. Apparently it's quite a few. Apparently it is quite a bit. It's probably my biggest base yet, being as we're only about halfway done and we've got all this done so far. I've been using alternate recipes when appropriate. And not even just for the best output, but sometimes there's an alternate recipe that's like a little bit worse on the output, but it uses the materials you're already making for other things in the building, and you're like, well, it's a lot easier to just scale that up, overclock these two machines, or add two machines to this lineup, and then not introduce another material. So we're doing stuff like that also, even when it's like maybe a little worse, but it's using the same things, so it's actually way better. It's a mess. We're also using trains because we'll be using some sulfuric, some nitrogen gas here, which we're going to ship in nitrogen gas. We're also bringing all of our rubber and our plastic into this facility via trains. We are also bringing our radio control units in by trains, 5 fused modular frames a minute in by trains, and 30 heat sinks in by train. To make this space work. Oh, and just under 300 concrete is coming from my concrete factory. I may or may not have a just dedicated concrete base that I could scale the hell out of. But right now, yo, where's my concrete base? Oh, it's in here. No, it's not. Oh no. Did I not write my concrete base down? Man, I don't think I wrote my concrete base down. Well, I don't know how much concrete I'm making, but it's a lot. Oh, yes, I do. It's exactly 2 full belts. So 780 times 2. But there's enough room in that base to make them that amount like 4 times over if I want to. I can just scale it up to like from 2 belts to about 8 belts worth if I need it. And so now I just don't worry about concrete anymore. If anything needs concrete, it gets shipped in. we make concrete over in the concrete base. Just reached turbo motors. How confusing. Yeah, the turbo motors are only in like the middle of my blueprint. It gets so much worse. Oh, fuck. All right. So electromagnetic control rods, which go, so you have to, yeah, okay. Electromagnetic control rods go to 3 different places. One of the places that you go is the same place the motors go, which is the same place the rotors go. So rotors, part of which gets turned into motors. Electromagnetic rods, part of which gets turned into motors. Then part of the rotors, part of the motors, and part of the electromagnetic control rods all end up down here with the radio control units that I ship in. Okay. So I think since rotors are already being made, I think we make electromagnetic control units on the ground floor near it. We make motors on the 2nd floor up, one above it. And that way we can send, if we make it next to this place, then we can send these 3 items that all need to be made together over to this machine at the same time. That feels like the right play. Yeah, that's how I'll do it. Okay, so electromagnetic control rods, ground floor, motors above it, both next to the rotors. So that's where the rotors are being made. Yeah, I would like to separate the buildings still, but not by a full 5x5. So we'll just build 2.5 foundations. And then we'll put the new building in, and we know to build 2.5 on the other side. Ooh, gross. Then if I blueprint down my 5x5 floor, I'll have to hit hold and nudge you. Yeah, if you need to be more than one floor, we'll actually build backwards rather than forward, which means I'm just going to put the other half of this on so that it reconnects. Perfect. So there's 2.5 and 2.5. Anyone's oversupplying so that you can snag materials from other builds. Not in this space. In this space, everything is producing exactly as much of what I need as all the bits after need. In most of my other places, I was trying to like overproduce every step so that if things changed, I could like, oh, I'll just yoink a bit off that line, or I'll just yoink a bit off that line. This time, I'm trying to make the perfect amount of everything. Okay, so you're going to become assemblers. And we're going to make you, hopefully, out of just 4 assemblers. So... I believe that'll make you fit right there. With the line of that part of my spaghetti diagram. Okay, so... okay, so it's a little bit of a, it's a little bit of a load balancing and a little bit of manifolding at the same time. So I know I'm making exactly, you're talking about the steel pipes that I just took, right? I know I'm making exactly as much steel pipe as my entire base needs. So it's not important to perfectly load the steel, like load balance the steel pipe area, because it's only going to 3 places. So what's really important is that the place that takes steel pipe doesn't overload. This only makes 4.17 machines worth, because then that line will back up and extras will feed into the other lines, right? And so this makes exactly the right amount, and this makes exactly the right amount, and they're all on 780 belts, which means they're able to provide way more than they need to. And so since those lines will back up, all the rest of it will go here, which is again not a 780 belt line worth, so it's fine. right? And because we're also turning on each section as we go, there are small buffers, right? Because I just made rotors, but those rotors machine have stopped now. But that means that they're all full. That means they're full of wire, they're full of steel pipe, and they have 100 rotors sitting in each of them, ready to be placed out to the next machine. So the buffers are in the machines, hopefully, and hopefully it all just like works out. The hardest bit so far was this Caterium wire. Oh, sorry, this quick wire, because we're making a total of 1,576 wire over 3 floors, and they are not even, right? They're going to different places and they are not even. So it was like, okay, so there's 3 belts worth, but I don't need even amounts everywhere. So how do we do that? Because I need 2 belts headed to this machine. I need less than half a belt over here and less than a quarter of a belt to go to these 2 machines. And so I was like scratching my head for a while about how I would like load balance those, because they're all right here. And then I realized I didn't have to load balance them. I didn't have to load balance them at all. I needed a 3rd logistics floor, which is now the roof, right? So each one of these is a separate floor. So there are 3 floors worth of wire coming in, and they're all the same amount on every pipe, or on everything, right? And so I sent 1 belt to do these 2 machines, which are next to each other. So 1 belt is just to do those 2, which only requires 55 and 86. And that's this one right here, right? And that is a smart splitter, where all the overflow goes up a lift and into this one. Then I sent another belt that only requires 300, but we'll be taking like 6, because I think it's 600 a belt per floor, over to this machine. And so we did the same thing. That's this one, and that's a smart splitter that'll send anything forward and then overflow to the left. Then the 3rd belt goes straight into a box, and the 2 overflows go straight into a box. And then that box is what handles the 3rd system, the one that takes the most amount of wire, because it has its own full floor dedicated to it, plus the overflow of both other lines. And that should just work out to be enough, in theory, if I've not made mistakes. The chances that I've not made mistakes are slim, but here we are. Okay, what was I making over here? Electromagnetic control rods. Out of that one, right? Yep, alternate recipe. However, there are only 4 of them, and I need 5.5. So that's 4, right? So if I put 1 in each of them, so that's 5. And since I need 5.05, the 3rd one is just gonna get 105. Sorry, 105. No, 105. There we go. Okay. So in theory, That's fine. We don't need that little stub. But you will need a floor above it. Apparently I should have done that first. There, perfect. Don't really want them to stick it into the concrete, so one more up. Boom. Let's say before spending 5 hours troubleshooting the original problem. Hey, you know what? Probably. I don't really have any comeback for that. It's fucked. Boom. Here's some power. Have some power. And as with every building, we jump over to the edge of the building and we run power up the corner. We run power back into the center nubbin. Okay, there we go. We'll cross that 5-hour bridge when we get there, right? Okay, so logistics floor. So the first thing, I think we hook up the first one first and then we deal with the second floor since it's not all the same thing. We keep building one thing at a time and then move on to the next thing. It's just that motors are going to go above here. So this building is going to make 2 different things, which is fine. We've done that before. Okay. I need coffee. I'm gonna grab coffee before we finish these 2. Back in a moment. Okay. So, in here, we're going to be making electromagnetic control rods. You are going to require all of the high-speed connectors we just made and some stators. Both of which have to squeeze in this side. I don't think you do squeeze in that side, do you? Do you? Did I leave enough room for this? Fantastic. Rods and stators both are fine, so let's bring the stators over first. Automated packaging rocket fuel and the aluminium packaged rocket fuel is good. I'm excited to make some rocket fuel power plants, and when I do so, take enough to make a good amount of rocket fuel and package the bitch. Encourages players to drink as much coffee as they need to fulfill their daily tasks, right? Okay, so first one, stators. I'm gonna want to bring the stators in, and they are, unfortunately, they have the longest track. They have to come from all the way over here, I believe. That's them. I'm dropping off copper for the aluminium plant using the rocket fuel. Nice. My plan for when I'm doing rocket fuel, which will be for power next, is to siphon off enough, or to like create enough extra to have a relatively large plant for packaged rocket fuel. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a drone station right there, right? Which will just get as many ports as I need, with every single port full of rocket fuel. And the idea will be, when I make a base over here, right, if I need drones, let's just say that I need like, oh, I'm gonna run like 6 or 7 different drones in this city. The first drone port will just be empty with no drone on it, and it's a receiving port to pick up all the rocket fuel. And there'll be a drone from the rocket fuel station that'll just fly to the city, deliver rocket fuel, go home, fly to the city, deliver rocket fuel, and that rocket fuel will feed every other drone station, and then the drones will be able to fly around doing what they want. That's the plan anyway. Yo, what could possibly still be running that's needing wire right now? I don't know, but whatever it is, it's done. Ah, okay, so you are the longest traveler. You're gonna need to get all the way over there. All the way over there. Through all this mess. Thank God for logistics flaws. Use per time or the speed? You know, that's a great question. I don't know. Damn. Okay. But if I go back a piece... okay, so if you have to go a real long way and you're against the grain of where everything else is running, then we've already developed a rule for that. If you have to go a real long way and you're against the grain of where everything else is running, then you get to use the Undercity. And since there's already 2 belts using the Undercity, the first one will be there, the second one will be there, and then this makes the third one here. Now, we grab a 1 meter foundation, hold the bitch, and we page it down until it looks good. And then this will be where we're running that belt. Perfect. Good, you'll be able to go over the top of those. Nice. There's just a floating fucking conveyor pole connected to nothing. And if I'm right, the bits that I want is going to come down from... Oh, actually a little bit closer. It's coming in from here, actually. Ah, so that's okay then. So that's the first line, that's the second line, that's the line I'm actually on. And then whichever one I think is in line with that, which will probably be this one. Okay, fantastic. You should have status on you though. Why don't you? Oh, because I haven't actually... Don't worry, we're gonna delete the floor we're running this belt on. We're not leaving this clipping. It's just, if you want a floating belt like this, the best way to do it is to build a foundation. At least the best way I've found is to just build a foundation and then build the belt on top of the foundation and then delete the foundation. Boom, stators straight in. Now, is that the only place that stators go? It is. That's the only place that stators go. So we no longer need this. They're not going anywhere else, so we do that. We hold control, we tap G, and then we just go for a little fly. All the foundation's gone. And all the stators are empty. So they've now started up again. While they empty into the belt here. Also building them for technical reasons, or to encourage players to try other means of transport for long distances. That's a good question. I bet if it's not technical reasons, then there'll be a mod that expands the distance. So like if you have a quick look for a mod that would let you run a belt for fucking 16 kilometers and there isn't one, then there's a technical reason why they're that long. Because otherwise somebody would have modded it. Right? That's my thought anyway. If you can find a mod for it, then it's not a technical reason, it's like a game balance reason. But if you can't find a mod for it, then it's a technical reason. Okay, so those are the status. So the next hole, which needs to be connected here. Blueprints are silly. Okay, the mod does exist. Okay, well, then it is not a technical reason. Let's see. Okay, so coming from here, we also need high-speed connectors, which are going to come from there. I'm going to cross you back across the line here, if I can. Ooh, I could, but you would have to actually come out back to do so nicely. Which is fine. That's fine. Do you have to come out the back? You sort of fucking do though. No, you really don't want to come out the back. You really want to come out the edge here. Yeah, that's where you want to come out. Okay, I think that's actually good then. I think that's actually better. Okay, so you're going to be a merger that goes that way. And I would like for you to be coming down on this corner. So let's say right in the center between those two, like that. Which is also where I'd like that to go. Which means I would like an innie here. Fantastic. Then we build a lift that goes down, down, down to there, always facing us. You'll come all the way down in one go like that. Perfect. You will get a merger placed on you and another one there. And another one here. And the last one there. Perfect. And then last, but certainly not least, you'll come out right here. And what you will do is you will behave and you will just have the things on you that you're meant to have because nothing's broken, right? Not right. Not right at all. Why not? Is it this bit again? Yo, I need to connect to the bottom there. Yeah, I'm away. Wait. What? Oh. There we go. Better. And now you'll have on you perfect. Re-plug that hole. Hit the straight belt. Ah, bollocks. Right. You're gonna come across right here at that height. Oop, at that height. No, this way though. No free jump? Nope. Didn't look that inciting. Pretty burned out on ARPGs as a whole. Decided I need a longer break. And really enjoying Satisfactory. This might be like this is fucking great actually. I don't know what to say. It's fucking fantastic. I'm new to Satisfactory, 70 hours in here. What splitter emerges lets you connect on top and bottom? Oh, right, that's what you just saw. It's actually the default one. I don't know if you need to unlock smart splitters first or not, but any of them will. I do not know if it needed to be an unlock, but like just a regular merger, if you point it at a lift, as long as the lift is long enough, becomes a thing. It may be that you need to unlock smart splitters first. I'm actually not sure because I had already unlocked smart splitters when I found out this happened by accident. It does not give you any more connections either. Up and down count as 2 of them, and then you get only 2 directions, right? So, but mergers and splitters will all go on to long enough vertical conveyor belts. There's no way for you to like change it or plant it anywhere. You have to put it on an already established elevator, and it'll just work. Test room. Thank you very much for the prime. I very much appreciate it. We are bleeding money playing this instead of the freakier event, but you know. really. Ta-da. In you go, buddy. In you go, buddy. This will just unlock nuclear power. Feels overwhelming in a good way. Scale old factory is quickly not enough. Biggest suggestion, don't bother tearing down old factories. Go looking for new places to build new factories. Unless it's something very easily expandable. Like you built it with the intention of being like, oh, well, I can just place more floor out this way and just start adding more of the same shit. If it's built like that, great. Using the conveyor holes when you go through the floor. Ah, so I am, right? But let me demonstrate real quick. I will fix up the ones I just did, right? But in order to go quicker and easier and line everything up correctly, right? What I can do, I'll just use this corner here, is you can put a hole at the top, and as long as you line it up with like the center, again, you can put a hole at the bottom. And it actually doesn't matter how long the distance is. As long as you go to a floor hole, you can go as long as you fucking want. And then when you're done, you just sneak in here and you put a floor hole down and no one can tell the difference. And just technically that elevator doesn't actually go to a floor hole. It's just clipped in there and looks like it is. Technically it's one elevator, but no one knows. So it just means that whenever I do it, I have to go put little fucking floor holes back in. Just be like, just you get in there and you get in there like that. There we go. See, now it's fine. It's all connected. They go straight into floor holes like they're meant to. There's a second reason I do that, not just to be lazy. It's not just to build quicker or be lazy. It's because the splitters and mergers, you can line them, the vertical ones, up on the floor if it's a fake elevator that goes all the way through. Whereas this is the actual top of the elevator, and you can't do anything with that. And because the top of the elevator is so close, I can't even see, because that's the floor hole it actually connects to. And so it won't actually line up with the roof. I can't actually put it there. And if it was the one it actually connected to, like if it actually connects on the floor, it just connects in these weird places. Right? And you can't hold it because it just says it must be on a lift. I don't know why it does that. But whenever you press hold, even though it is on a lift, it says must be built on a lift. You can't. It just won't let you. I don't know why. So I don't know why it does that, but that is my solution to that, is I just build the long elevators, and that way I can actually just put the connector wherever I want it to be, and then hopefully that's fine. Thing that doesn't have my world. Yes, as long as the lift is long enough, right? If you build like a short lift, like even, I mean, let's do it on the top so it doesn't look stupid, right? If you build like a short lift, there's nowhere for the merger to go. It won't. It just wants to attach to the edges. It won't do it. But if there's a little bit more room, then suddenly when you point at the middle bit, there's room for mergers. and splitters and smart splitters and programmable splitters and everything. As long as there's enough room. I also fully discovered that that existed by accident. It wasn't in any YouTube video anywhere, and it's not explained in game that it can happen. And so far, everybody that has seen it, well, not everyone that's seen it, but like a whole bunch of people who have seen it have been like, wait, what? So apparently it's not that well known. They added it in 1.2. We're not in 1.2. Are we in 1.1? Right? I'm like, it's not. No, they didn't. Okay, so you're not needed. You're not needed. Which means you're ready to be powered on. So we just grab one of you. We put that over here. And we connect it to one of them nubbins. Those are the splitways and the hypertubes. Oh, right, and you need to connect to there to give the other two power. Cool, 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 cool. That doesn't make sense. Don't they all need to be overclocked to some degree? No, it's only 5.05. Okay, that's fine. 69th viewer. Nice. Don't say stuff like that. I don't want to go back. I'm just not ready. I'm not ready. I don't need to play PoE again. Oh God, I'm gonna run out of money. You playing the Legacy of Freaky PoE event? Nope. Okay. Right above it. Expected when you skip a PoE league? Event, not league. Event. I would never skip a whole actual league. So the electromagnetic control units are being made now, and they are being made at a rate of 40 per minute, basically. Okay, so the next step is motors. Now, technically, you require 5.89 machines. So we'll do 47 on 3 of them and 48 on 1, and that'll be fine. Hmm. $147%. Copy. Post. 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 And you're going to become 148%. Slightly more. Perfect. And that should create 44 motors per second. Did you have a problem using floor pipe holes? Yes and no. I had a problem using very tiny pump floor holes that were like right next to the foundry, like really tiny ones. That first segment of pipe needs to hold at least enough water for the machine to pump in per cycle. I had some that were only holding 6 cubic meters of water, and my machine wanted to pump in 10, and it had to take some from that pipe and the next section at the same time, and it was causing problems. I needed it to be just so like the section that pops out of the machine has to be at least a tiny bit larger than the input per cycle. That makes sense. $44. 44.6 per minute. We'll go there. Okay. So, big problem. Electromagnetic control rods do need to come up, but they also need to go down. So, but I need them to move in this logistic floor. So they need to go up and down at the same time. Which means I'm going to need my floor hole to be there in the middle. But down here, one in from the edge. And up, oh, in the logistics floor. In the logistics floor. Damn it, where are you? Yeah, in line with that, one in from the edge of the center. Like that. Will you let me split up and down at the same time? That's gonna be an interesting one. Okay, so what I want, right, is for this to happen. And then I'm gonna have to delete one of these. Right. I don't actually know if this bit's gonna work. It's not. It'll only let you feed in from. Okay. Right. So it'll only feed in whichever way the lift is going. So I can't put a line into a splitting lift that goes then up and down. It won't let me do that. Which, fair enough. But there's a room at the back anyway. So if you don't want to let me do that, then that's what the logistics floors are for. So you can come out here. Connect to there. Then you have to come down to the floor. You get to come out in a straight line. And then you immediately get a splitter, probably pretty early in the line, like yay there. And then I work out where I want them to go up. What two things are coming up here? Electromagnetic control rods and more rotors. Rotors will have to come from somewhere else. Where the fuck are my rotors? Just here? Fucking perfect. It's almost like I designed it like that. One of you are going to come in there, but the other one can't make it. What the fuck? I had no idea it could loop back into itself like that. I had no idea it could loop back into itself like that. I don't want that, but I just didn't know. Okay, so we're going to need another splitter. But you're going to need to come in from this side. Which is almost certainly not going to really be connected to that line, even though I just placed it in exactly the same spot. And you're almost certainly not going to be connected to that line, even though I just put it in the same bit. So we'll just redo those. Okay, so first floor hole can actually go right there. Which will get whatever that is connected. And our second floor hole can go right here. Which can get whatever this is. Yeah, of course that didn't connect. Why would it connect? It was clearly right there. Okay, so we've got two things. Both could have come up there. So one's coming from that way and the other one is coming from overexertion. No, right here. So if I just grab that one, I don't think it can face that way. It can either face this way. Ooh, but if that's that one, this one might actually have a problem. It doesn't have a problem. It fits. It fits. There's no problem. Victory. Nope, no victory. No victory. Unvictory. Nope. Nope. Through machineries. Okay. So you're not allowed to hook on that close. That's not okay. Okay, my bad. My bad. You have to come back to at least this line. Okay. All right, that's fine. What if I pop you out to here then? 1, 2, and then you go in there that way, and then there we go. Now you don't clip through machines, but now we do have a little bit of a tight corner, but it should be fine, especially if I move that splitter to be right there. Ta-da! Brings electromagnetic control rods straight in. And of course you're not connected. I gotta fix that. There you go. Check the speed of everything you're using. Make sure you don't need any faster belts. You absolutely do not. Cool. So now I just gotta bring the stators in and put them in the other lift. And the stators are coming from fuck knows where. Wait, that's them there. Wait. What? It's not them, is it? Huh? Oh, those aren't stators. Those are rotors. We're gonna bring the rotors in and put them in that lift. And the rotors are getting made right here. Perfect. So, can you go down to the logistics floor right here? That'd be super convenient. Is there room? Well, a little bit further back will be fine though. So you could come out like a little, like to there. Yeah, that's fine. That'll be perfect. Ta-da. Unfortunately, you will get in the way of those because you're on the same level. So what we'll do is immediately turn right here, because I don't yet know where those other line of electro control rods are going to go, but these are going to go straight in there. And they're going to skip. They're going to fill right up. And these are now ready to turn on. Let us connect the two blueprints. And then grab some power and chuck it into the machine that is the least intrusive looking. That one right there. What? What have I done? Wait, what have I done? Something's wrong. Can I just get that? Can I just... Turn off. I've done something horribly wrong here. That is an alt recipe motor. I don't have the alt recipe motor. I didn't realize. Hold up. Not that one. That one, right there. $47, $47, $47, $48. Okay. Okay, my bad. That was an alt recipe setup and I wasn't running it. Now let's try. Get rid of that little nubbin. There we go. Perfect. And turning that on, it'll start other machines. Which start other machines, which start other machines, all the way back down there. All the way back over there, everything, so as the other machines have turned on to build up to these ones. I love that. Turn on a brand new set of machines and like green lights start showing up everywhere else. Everything starts moving. Okay, so the idea was we would make electromagnetic things and that. We've already made the rotors. And that is 3 of the 4 things that need to come here. With radio control units being a thing that is getting shipped in from another place. So I guess we could build the building first and then get everything else except the radio control unit hooked up and then go looking for the radio control unit. I feel like that's probably the way to do it because I'm not actually shipping these in yet, but I'm pretty sure. You know what? I should really be more than pretty sure. Oh God. I mean, I don't want to make these here. I can't make these here. So I'm pretty sure I'm making enough of these to be shipped here. But if I'm not, then I'm gonna have to ramp up production of that somewhere else, because making this doesn't fit into the base. It has to come in by train. So we need a new building that's going to take the 3 things that are right there and make our turbo motors. So one of the things you're going to take is more rotors, right? Gonna double check. Yes, more rotors. So you're going to take this stuff and both of those. So looks like that's getting made just here. Now, could it be a tall building? It could be. But there's a tall building there, a tall building there, and a tall building there. So I think I'd rather you were a slightly wider building rather than tall. Excuse the fuck out of me. How dare you? There we go. There we go. Okay. So, both of those and that are going to come over here into this building. This one is going to require 2 assemblers. So, not assemblers, manufacturers. I will connect you manually because you're getting a bit more room in this building. So we'll make them evenly spaced from the edges. And we will just connect you up as needed. But first, that's the correct recipe. Fantastic. We actually only need 1.78 of these. So okay, 178 divided by 2. Copy. Paste. Making a grand total of 5, which I believe is exactly what you're meant to make. Perfect. Aluminum factory to do some troubleshooting. Oh yeah. Yep. Oh. And full headset battery. Let's go. Okay, so you're going to require all 4 fucking things. However, you don't require very many of any of them. Insane. You can actually use small belts. Oh god. Follow your own rules, Baylor. Whenever you make a base, grab power from the road, put it into the bottom of your base so that you can float around. There you go. What on earth the fuck is that? You're not sunk in. You're built perfectly on the thing. How could something show through a 1 meter foundation like that? And only sometimes. Just sort of blinks in and out. I'm gonna call it a bug. I'm gonna pretend we didn't see it. Ta-da! Which means in an ideal world, 1, 2, 3, 4. In an ideal world, that's exactly how that looks. And you'll connect to there, and you'll go up 2, which will line up perfectly, and you'll go up 2, and then 2 more, which will line up perfectly, and you'll go up 2, and then 2 more, and then 2 more, which will all line up perfectly. Right? You connected automatically. You go straight in, you go straight in, and you go straight in. Boom. Nice big machine area for this one. All with the slowest belts possible because I think it'll look cool and it will still feed everything that it needs to. So when you make it 5 of these a minute and each one is taking in a maximum of under 9 per minute. So you can all run the slowest belts possible. So 3 things from my base to pump over here, which I would like to put in the top 3. And then the bottom one's gonna come from over there. Well, maybe. We'll see. Maybe I put it in the bottom 3 and the top one comes from over there. Okay, so motors, rotors, and electromagnetic control rods. So all 3 of you have to cross this gap. Here are the rotors that I plan to split right here. There's the electromagnetic control rods. Right? So the only other thing that has to come down is motors. And motors are made just above here. But I will have to find a way to get that in. So it'll either have to be inside there, which is a little awkward, or a little further. You can actually come, yeah, alright, that should work. So where do motors come out? They come out here. Can I go down? Can I go down in the front like that? Oh, fuck yeah, I can. Oh yeah, that'd be the right, that's where I want motors to come down. Right there. Suck it in. Is that too tight? Is that really too tight? Ah, that's disappointing. That's disappointing. Okay, well, what if I put it right in the corner there? Yep, okay, that works. Boom, so we're gonna go from there to there. Gonna grab it from there and we're gonna put it in there. We're just gonna go facing outwards so you get to see it. There's the motors. Okay, so there's the motors. And there's the electromagnetic control rods. And there is the part of rotors that I plan on splitting. All three of you just need to travel to here. That is almost fucking perfect planning. So almost, I say almost perfect planning because I don't think it's gonna perfectly line up exactly how I want it to. So let's find out. Oh, damn, you have to go under. You have to go under, or I have to accept spaghetti clipping. I haven't accepted spaghetti clipping in this base yet. So under it is. That's fine though. Okay, under's almost ideal anyway, because I can line all three of them up. I can split from here instead, which is essentially the same thing because it's all one line. Right? So we can split from there anyway. And then what I want to do is one space apart. Right, I'm going to have all three of you come down exactly one space apart, and then you can travel as a pack. Sure is fun holding spacebar to make items. Tap spacebar. Just real quick, just tap spacebar. It will it'll act as if you're holding it. Rotors, electromagnetic controls, and motors all gonna travel underneath over here and then in there directly, but not directly because you need to go around that. Wait, no, that's not right. No, you don't need to go back that far. You need to go in here. So in here's where I actually want you to go. And since you're coming on that floor still, you're doing what on the floor? Fucking gross. Okay, so that's where you're going to connect. And the three of you are going to come down to that level. Perfect. Perfect. And perfect. So build out to meet in the middle, and hopefully it'll all just line up. Oop. Is that going to be close enough? It's not going to be close enough to go in one go, is it? Oh! Not quite. Not quite for the long piece. So we'll just come across, and come across. And then 1, 2, 3. Rotors, motors, and electric control units ready to go. Unfortunately, there's a fourth component. Sorry, rotors, electromagnetic control units, motors, all ready to go. Unfortunately, there is a fourth component to this building, which is radio control units. And those are going to have to come from somewhere else. Specifically, the train. So, I'm going to want a train that picks up radio control units, fused modular frames, because I'm going to need 5 from another base, and something else. There's a third thing. Heat sinks. So that's actually fine. If I go to this base first, you'll be able to pick up both of these. You pass the aluminum factory on the way, so you pick up aluminum. Oh, you pick up the heat sinks. And then you drop all 3 off and you go home. So we're already using whatever the fuck's in there and whatever. So plastic and rubber and whatever the fuck this is. I don't even know what this is. Why would you be loading anything? What are you taking? That's not loading. That's unloading. Right, so concrete. I'm already getting concrete, plastic, and rubber here. Nothing in this 4th port. But I think it's time we can always ship another thing in. In fact, we will. It'll end up being nitrous gas. And that comes from the same place as the rubber and plastic. So this is probably going to end up being nitrous gas on the same train. So it's time to use Space in 2. In Space in 2, we're going to take all 3 of these items. So I want a yellow, a chrome, and another chromey looking one, but I want them separate colors. So the control units can go in there, right? And then we're gonna get turbo motors and fused frames. So fused frames can, that just doesn't look. And those are going to be silver, so we'll put them on. Whoops. Those are like metallic almost. So I guess I can. Nope, not chrome finish. That's not right. Not carbon. Certainly not unpainted. Yeah, almost that. So radio control, so fused modular frames are gonna look like fucking what? No. Like they almost want to look the same color as the motors. Okay, so all 3 of these need to be set to unload. 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 In space 1. So nothing is coming to N2. Fantastic. There's something coming to N2 now. A brand new train. You're coming to N1 and you've got all the rubber and plastic, and eventually you'll have nitrous gas as well when we need that next. Yep, so nothing's coming to N2. Fantastic. Transport. Time for a new train. One, 2, 3, 4. All of them are 4 long. This train, you're gonna be named. I don't know. Expensive shit. I don't know, man. Edit timetable. You're gonna come to Space in 2, and in Space in 2, you will unload only. You will load none. You will unload 3 items, which is going to be fused modular frames, radio control units, and heat sinks. Oh, cancel. Save. From Space 2, you will head back to oh god, I don't know how I'm gonna load those things up. Are they gonna have to go? Mega Messy doesn't have room for all 3 of those. We might need another train station over at the Messy base. Okay, you have nothing to unload, so you might as well go. Oh, I built it slightly too early, so it thinks it has to dock at this station first. You have nothing to unload, that's fine. It'll leave in 15 seconds. We might need another train stop at the Mega Messy base now. Subtrain. Good. Many trains. Oh, look, my skyscrapers. Why are we stopped here? Ah, because there's no room at the path past that. Okay. So we actually are waiting for that train to leave the whole way. Ah, right, because it's going to get in our way. So once that train's gone, then we go park. Turn off. And we just stop here. That's a little buggy. That's not supposed to still be out there, but that's fine. So this place loads us with, this loads aluminum. So you've actually only got one space here not being used. But I need to load up 2 items from here. I need to load up fused modular frames and also control units. You have a second train station. Which is doing, right, those are the returns. So you're going to be sending out 2 different kinds of acid, which means there's only going to be a 4th one, which is not supposed to be full of this anyway. That was just a mistake. But that leaves us with only 2 stops when I need 3 items. which is somewhat of a problem. You go anywhere, or are you just for me to float? You're just for me to float? Cool, I don't need that anymore. Train tracks, do that. Now, I don't think I left quite enough room to put a third station in. I mean, I did, but I am gonna have to move that. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, in that case, let's just send you off with a rule to come to Mega Messy and load nothing and unload nothing. And we'll just turn that back on, and you should do nothing. You should just fucking leave. So we're going to do at least 2 further out here. You'll leave, right? I mean, there's no reason for you not to leave right now. Cool. Even though that's technically clipping, I'm pretty sure you'll just drive right past it. Yep, cool. I think we go one further still, just to give us that little bit of extra room. Wait for you to leave before I actually we can do it like this. We can draw this whole centerpiece first. So I'm trying to interrupt this train line for the least amount of possible time. So as long as I come past the end, you can join back up right there where that signal is, and I shouldn't have an issue. You should be able to come to like here and still make that turn. Ooh, nope. What about there? Okay. That's as close as I can come to rejoin that and not have to redo the intersection, which would be much preferable. Which means this line right here is gonna have to keep coming out. It's a little fucking curvy. Did not apparently know what the fuck I was doing. That's where you would need to end. Okay, so you might actually still need to go out further. because that's where you would need to be there. Oh, you do that. Oh, nice. Okay, so you would connect to there, you would connect to there, and you would connect to there. Then this one would go away, and this one would go away, and this one would go away, and this one would connect to... Didn't I just do this? And it said it would work. What? No, it said it would work. Okay, how about now? Okay, fantastic. And now if we take an empty train platform and we go 1, 2, 3, 4, just like before. Then all I have to do is so the stops lead. So if we go, so we need from there to here, which is not gonna like it because it's too far away. But if we go like this, that should be okay. And that should be okay. And then you'll need a stop signal, same as all the others, right there. And to copy the other stations, you'll need one right there. And that should keep everything working. If I didn't fuck anything up, I just quickly added an extra stop. Okay. Yep. This is only fine for you to stop there if there's a train in one of these stations, which there is. This is also why I don't like the way I set this train station up compared to the way I set the other one up. Because even though there's multiple stations here, it doesn't seem like they can be used at the same time, and I'm not really sure why. It feels like they should be able to be used at the same time, but they can't be. And the next one won't come in until that one leaves. But like while that was in the train station, the second one should have been able to come into a different train station.
And I fucked your dad in the ass, then I fucked your mum in the ass. They gave me the money to buy that BMW, bro. It was fucking mad. Your mum loved my cock.
Yeah, that was weird. That was real weird. Okay, so double checking. Aluminum casing is coming in the 4th cart. So I don't want to pick up aluminum casing in the 4th cart. Or I don't want to pick up my heat sinks in the 4th cart. So what I might want to do then is pick up the heat sinks in the 1st cart, which means the other 3 things that I want to pick up, 3, 2, Oh, I'm gonna need nitrous gas, and you're gonna come from here also. Okay, so nitrous gas is gonna be in the 4th slot. Except I'm gonna need a separate train to return the empty nitrous, but that's actually fine. Yeah, because there's already one coming here. There's already one coming here for plastic and rubber, and so this one's empty. So we can actually return all of the stuff through there and split it, and that should be fine. Are you fucking built backwards? Okay. Oh, this is crazy. Okay, think for a moment. So, you're gonna pick up 4 items, or 3 items. You're gonna pick up 4 items total, because you need a little bit of packaged nitrogen gas for this step. Since we can't use freight 4 for a pickup at the alumina base, that's where packaged nitrogen gas is going to come to. Right? Then you're going to pick up things that I need right now. Can add that in later, which is radio control units and fused modular frames. Fused modular frame can look like that. Radio control units. No, not like that. So radio control units, fused modular frames, and nitrous gas, all from here. And then the first crate on this train stays empty because it picks up heat sinks from the alumina base on the same track, and it'll pick them up on the first cart. Which means it'll bring all four other things that I need in my new base all on one train and on one track. Because we passed the alumina base on the way, it should be relatively efficient, and these are all things I don't need in that high quantity anyway. Which means, logistics. So we're gonna have to bring something in there. We're gonna have to bring something in there. We're gonna have to bring something in there. And we're gonna have to bring something in here. Okay. Ooh, let's hook everything up. Okay, so I guess first thing will be... This is where the empties go back, right? Yeah, that's where the empties go back. So I don't need to worry about that for now. Is it sulfuric acid or nitrogen gas that I need here? It's packaged nitrogen gas. So, out of here, where I have created an absolute fucking shit ton of nitrogen gas. And what you can actually do is be dodgy. No, you can't. You can't be dodgy. Okay, well, in that case, you know, decision skipping this event is very painful. Yeah, I don't regret it. Not even a little bit. Nitrogen gas. You've got to go right in there. That does not quite reach, which means we're going to do it the other way. I think from here to there. It is gauntlet mods. Just finished act 1 and I'm done with it. Oof. I did think it was a bit quite weird when they were like, oh, we're adding all these gauntlet mods to it. I'm like, are you? Why? Why? Boom. Packaged nitrogen gas. Way more than this place will need, but there's a place for other places to pick shit up. So next... Yeah, we have to double check our radio control units. I hope I'm making enough over here. I know I'm making enough fused modular frames. I don't know about radio control units. I know I'm making some. I don't know where the fuck they are. Up here somewhere. Here they are, radio control units. You're on 100% of the time. You're not. That's a problem. Uh-oh. We might have some troubleshooting. So I need 15 radio control units to come from this base. Sorry, yeah, radio control units to come from this base. Now, we've been running them for a while, so we do have a lot of radio control units just here. And they are currently entering a sync. But that doesn't mean we're making enough. Because if we need 15 and they're 2.5 per, then what is that? Sorry. It's 5. So even if they were running at 100%, we're actually only making 12.5, and they are not running at 100%. So we've encountered our first problem, and it's in another base. So overclocking is the thing we can do to fix that. However, this one's only running at 50%. This one's only running at 45%. This one's only running at 44%. And they're all short crystal oscillators. All of them. All of them are short crystal oscillators. So, where are our crystal oscillators being made? I regret everything. Here, and they're not being made all the time because of reinforced plates. Interesting. Both of you have 100 reinforced plates and are running 100% of the time, and you guys don't have enough reinforced plates? That doesn't make sense. I mean, they are coming pretty fucking slow though. Holy, is this it? Is this all the reinforced plate I'm making? That doesn't look great. Let's go see what's happening with reinforced plate. Follow the problem back. Okay, well there's the iron plates, which are all running at 100% no, well, both running at 100% no problem. Where is the reinforced iron plate? You'll be somewhere up here. A little bit of organization, a little bit better organization would have gone a long way. Aha, reinforced iron plates. I mean, it seems like the problem with reinforced iron plates is literally just there's only 2 machines and they're not making nearly enough. Doesn't it? I mean, I could, but I don't think that that's enough. I think it needs a whole nother machine. Okay, so it's gonna be a little bit dicey because I don't even have that blueprint anymore. But wait, yes I do. I didn't delete the old ones. Ew. Ew. Oh god, I don't like them. But I could, there's room. There's room. There's room and they all auto connect. And because these blueprints lead in one side and out the other side, I literally think it'll be as easy as going copy, paste, paste, and then hook the power to there. And you just doubled that, except you're not getting iron plate. Why are you not getting iron plate? Do you not reconnect, or did you? This bit right here didn't connect. That's fine. There. The question of whether or not I can double my supply. Well, I mean, I've doubled the supply here. The question is, am I making enough iron plate or wire to support this? Right? I can double my production of reinforced plates, but I have no fucking clue of what's down the line. Like, is there enough iron plate? Is there enough wire? I know if it was quick wire, the answer would be no, because quick wire has been a problem in this base for a while. But let's work out the iron plates. So we're using 37.5 a minute at 200%. There are 4 machines. So 37.5 times 4. I need to be making 150 iron plates to maintain that. So the iron plates were up the back here, were they? And I need to be making 150. That ain't it. That's not gonna be enough. You need to be making 75 each, can you? No. You can only make 50 each if you're fully overclocked, which I don't mind doing, but that means I need one more machine fully overclocked. Oh, ooh. Yeah, okay. We'll just copy that. I'll have to do this without a blueprint. This is retrofitting at its finest. I'll have to do this without a blueprint, but that's fine. At least fit it in line though. Like, I made these blueprints right at the beginning of the game, so they're not even good. But at least I can see what I've done. And I know that I built them all to be modularly expandable like this. So if I just simply copy what I've already done, these are splitters and they're supposed to come from this way. Might as well copy that belt. Might as well copy that belt. Now you're supposed to go there, and you're supposed to go, that's right, I had to do that first and then link this in. So that should work as long as I take power from somewhere. I'll still need to connect the out. Where did I put power in these little guys? I put it somewhere. Ah, there it is. Hello, buddy. Take that power, connect it to that machine. Boom. It is now also making 50 a minute. That's the 150 a minute that I need to supply. Which means I just need to take the merger and send it in the same direction as the rest. Didn't actually connected it. You need a little piece. You need a little piece in here. You need a little fucking, you need a little piece in that. No, connect. You're a piece of shit. Nobody enjoys your company. Okay. I'll tell you what, since it's all made, we're retrofitting anyway. There you got a little bit of length. Now you can just tell that this bit's been added on after. There we go. There we go. Now I'm pretty sure I'm bringing in more than enough ingots. Seems like something we should double check. So what are they using? 75 ingots per? Go all the way back, check the ingots too. 75. The problem is we're making way more than that. Where am I smelting the ingots? Holy shit, where am I smelting the ingots? Oh, I hate this base so much. I hate it so much. All right. Good news. The radio control units are all green, but it was oscillators that were the problem. Oscillators were struggling because of the step before it. Right, I need to visit the bathroom while we give those plates a minute to catch up. Then we'll have to check the oscillators and see if they're making enough now. Right, I'll be back in a minute. more troubleshooting this fucking mess. So, we have a crystal oscillator problem. We have a severe crystal oscillator problem. And it looks like the only thing we have a problem of. And we were working our way back. So we worked our way all the way back to iron plates, where we added an extra machine as well as pumped up all the machines. That seems good. So now my reinforced iron plates are being made into several things. Where are my actual reinforced iron plates being made? Shit, I've lost them. Here? Yes. Okay, and they're all running at 200%. Now I could pump them up further, but that's all the iron plates that I was able to make, because that's 37.5 iron times 4. But before they were at 150, not 200, and there was 2 of them, not 4 of them. So we've upped that by quite a bit. So we need to find out crystal oscillators. Okay. Well, I don't know if we're now making too much, but I found my crystal oscillators. So they're only making 1 per minute. These are making 2.5 per minute, but I need 15. Okay, so let's just work that out. If I need 15 and they make 2.5 per minute, let's go the other way. 2.5 times 5 machines is only 12.5. I need 15, so one of them needs to run at 200%, or 2 of them need to run at 150, because I basically need an extra machine, right? Which now means I need the equivalent of 6 machines worth of oscillators, which is 1.25 per minute used. So 1.25 times 6. So I need to be generating a minimum of 7.5 oscillators to keep up, which were back under here again. Which I now have plenty of plates, but they only make 1 each, and I have 5 of them. So I'm only making 5 oscillators, and I need 7.5 oscillators. So do I just overclock all of them once? Does that math correct? So now make 1.5 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5. And then half of that again, which is 7.5. Which is what I need. But we're well behind. So we just quickly temporarily throw these in, and we remember to come back and grab these slumber sleeps. These are to catch us up. Right? We definitely remember to come and pull those out. We need those back. We need those back. Ringer and give it a prime. They should now be making enough. That problem should be solved. But the next thing we do is we come over here. And while we wait for that problem to solve itself, we double check that over here, we are creating 5 modular frames per minute, which means 2.5 per machine running 100% of the time. Oh, 2.25 per machine. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, 2.75 in that one. Okay, that's fine. And they're both running 100% of the time. So those are all of the fuse modular frames, and they have been running. They are fine. So I don't need to worry about those, which is fantastic news. And I guess you're the one that's taking them. I mean, they're not backing up, so it must be working. So where the actual hell are my fused modular frames going? Where do they go now? Because they must come back by a drone. They must be coming back via this drone. Which would make this a box full of fused modular frames. Fantastic. And there's a depot. So there is the... So there's the sink. I'm never gonna fucking have enough of these to depot again. Okay, so where would how would I move this? So I don't want to take the sink. Because if anything does happen, I still want them to sink. So after that, so before the sink, so I leave that whole section, but before the sink I put a smart splitter again, and I actually say center overflow right any. And I just need to, I mean, I don't need to check. That's obviously right, because that's where they're coming from. It only makes 2.5 a minute. The drone only flies every like 5 or 10 minutes or some shit. So I don't need to worry. That is where fused modular frames come from. So good news. we've got our fused modular frames and that part of the factory working at 100%, no problem. So that is correct. So I'm going to need you to go into one of these. But which one did I pick? So not the first one. This one should be fused modular frames. This one right here needs to be fused modular frames. How dare you? Oh my god, it's running backwards the whole way. Because I'm special. Okay, now we're good. Fuck. Yep, nobody cares about this base anymore. Fantastic. There go the fused modular frames. Now, real quick, to make sure there's a small buffer of them, what I'm going to do is throw a merger right there, right? And then I'm just going to fucking yoink this. Oh, whoops. That's not going to work at all. Did it go in? It did go in. Fantastic. Just wanted to make sure there's a little buffer of fused modular frames. Just in case there's like it takes a little bit for the first supply to come through. We're using 5 a minute, so obviously that's probably enough. that's probably gonna do it, to be honest. There you go. Okay, so my sulfuric acid and my fused modular frames are in. 1 to 10, how hooked are we? 11. So, our only remaining issue is, are our crystal oscillator machines running 100% efficiency? They are. They are. And they have slumber sloops in them, which I will take out because they're making the correct amount without the slumber sloops. I just needed them to catch up. I needed them to catch up, and I needed them to catch up somewhat quickly. And I think I'm going to leave them in there for a little bit. Now, we needed 15 radio control units per minute. We have 5 machines. We need 15, which means they actually need to produce 3 a minute each. Otherwise, we don't have enough. Right? Yep. They'll need to produce 3 a minute each, otherwise we will not have enough. So, copy. Paste. 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 And as with always forever, in this space, one of you is going to make slightly more. It's going to be that last one in the line because it should be fine, honestly. Yeah, I'm going to take some out of there. I'm just going to fucking throw them in the ends to speed up this process of them filling up. Honestly, hopefully that's fine. Okay, so they were all just, the radio control units are all just entering a box in a depot. Now, I don't want that to happen anymore, and I also don't want them to go to a sink anymore. I need them all to go to the train station from now on. So, if something bad happens... So what we want is for this to be so I actually need a smart splitter. Well, it doesn't look nice, but I think it works. I think that clicks under the belt. I hope. Center output overflow only, right output any. Let's just double check that that works by giving you a little bit of fucking belt. Whatever. Just happen. Okay, so they are gonna come out there. Now I need to get them over to the train station. Somehow. Well, that's officially the worst thing I've ever done. That's actually the worst thing I've ever done. I've decided how they get into the train station, and I hate it. While we're here, we're gonna take like, I don't know, 200, 300 radio control units just with us, just so that we've got the buffer on the other side. Oh Lord. And it's still on phase 4, no doubt. Yep, we're, I want to say 2/3 of the way through building a base that's just gonna do those two components right there. But I was relying on radio control units to be shipped in from this base because I thought I was making enough. And so when I came back to ship them in, I was like, uh-oh, not only are we not making enough, but the amount we are making is breaking and we're not actually supplying it with enough of anything to get going. So I had to diagnose the whole way back and retrofit the factory to make more crystal oscillators, which needed more reinforced plates, which needed more iron plates. I had to like go backwards and like retrofit everything forward until I was making enough. And now it appears as if I'm making enough for this stage. So what I want is to next get these radio control units into this hole, I think. Yep, into that hole. That's where I want my radio control units to go. On the bright side, my 5 heavy modular frames or whatever they are per second are working out perfectly. They've been running the whole time, and they're also coming in via train. And they've been running perfectly at 100% efficiency the whole time. So happy about those. Yeah, let's see. Where am I going to bring you in from? You're coming in. Okay, so that's the line I'm going to want you to come in on. It is fucking messy over there. You know, it'd be real nice if there was a little more room right here for me to hide cables. Oh, look. There is. In that case, I would like you to come down about there. That'd be great. That's where I want you. Right there. You're gonna come straight through that hole right there. Nasty. Absolutely nasty. You didn't build that, correct? Do that again. This time build in, because you're an innie. Ta-da! Why the fuck would you be an MK1 lift? I mean, not that that isn't enough. It literally is. It's only 25 a minute. But like, why would you be though? Like, just be an MK5 lift. Oh, do you not want to connect to that hole? You know what? Fucking don't then. I don't need that hole anyway. I need you to come out here, facing that way. In the ceiling, probably? Yeah. What hole? I don't know what you're talking about. There's a hole right there. Hey. Nailed it. Looks perfect. Up you go. In you go, radio control units. And you can have the rest of those as a buffer. Fantastic. So now you've got the acid. You've got the radio control units. You've got the frames. You've got to call the guy. Trains. Expensive shit. Where are you? Train, bottle service. Concrete delivery. Expensive shit. There you are. I mean, you're coming back. You're at Space Station 2 right now. Space Inn 2. So I'm gonna want you to come to Mega Messy. But then after Mega Messy, I need you to go to Aluminum. In Mega Messy, when you get here, I actually don't want you to come to Mega Messy. I want you to come to New Mega Messy instead. I want you to be there, and I want you to unload none, and I want you to load 3 items, which will be no, not that. Shit, what was the thing I wanted? First, fused modular frames. You're going to load up fused modular frames. You're going to load up radio control units. Is that what I was just making? Yeah. And save, edit, and is it bottled? Shit. What's it called? Before you get here, what's it called? Packaged nitrogen gas. That's what that's called. Timetable, expensive shit. Edit timetable, new Mega Messy. Nitrogen. Packaged nitrogen gas. You're gonna load all of those. Save. Now you're unused. You're used and you're on load. You're used and you're on load. You're used and you're on load. Fantastic. So when this train gets here, it should pick up the 3 things that I am now feeding into this base in correct proportions. And then it should go to Alumina, where it should unload none, and it should pick up heat sinks. And those are going to be, I'm going to put them in station 1, and then you go to station 2 and you unload fused module flames, radio control units, heat sinks, and packaged nitrogen gas. Safe. Now I'm just gonna wait for this guy to get here, because I haven't done the aluminum side, although it's ready, it's running. That's the dude right there. You're the one. right? It's you, right? Expensive shit. It is. So, you're going to load up 3 carts. Perfect. Then we're headed to Illumina, where I will load up the heat sinks on the first track. We're on the first, like, cart, whatever. Luckily, I am fully aware that the heat sinks are working perfectly. They're making exactly 30 of those a minute, which is exactly how many I need at the new base. So as long as there's a buffer, which there will be, because there's a whole box full over there, as long as there's a buffer, it'll be fine. Turn off self-driving. Back it up a little. You know what? Actually, drive in so that you're only stopping trains that have to stop here, and we'll just try not to take very long. Okay. What's the average rank of your all-time single-player games you put satisfactory? I have no idea, to be honest. Couldn't tell you. Okay, first one. You gotta come from above. Do you fit beside there? Oh my god, you fit beside there. It's beautiful. I'm gonna want you to come from there, which is where the heat sinks come from. We're going to, just in case anything happens again, we're gonna go smart splitter. You're not going to line up with that because it's too far away. Is that how you're going to be about it? Sure. Whatever. There. Center is overflow. Right is any. And then just quickly, I'll just take like, there you go, there's 1,000. And that is already filling up. That side was easy because I had planned that from the beginning. That was always going to be a thing. Yeah, your timetable at Illumina. Load only heatsink, unload nothing. Cool, so I don't need to change any of that. What I do need to do is back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Oh, was that too fast? Oh, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay. Turn on self-driving. Okay, I didn't back up the trains for too long, although I did think I was about to back into another train. Okay, so you should unload none. And you should just load the heat sinks that are already in there into the train. And then, how do you fix the machines not working properly? Who knows if I fixed them. It'll take a little while for the solutions that I think I came up with to like work their way through the whole system and see if it works or not. So after we get these deliveries sorted out, we have to go back to the base where I hopefully have fixed all the problems. I hope you don't have to go to Illumina too. That would be an issue. No, you're crossing. Right, and you're crossing on the line I want to be on. That's why I'm still waiting. That's fine, and now go. Perfect, my turn. Where do I have you going? I have you going to Space Into. Cool. The big question is who said I fixed them. Hopefully I come back and they're still working fine. Why do you have signs here? Because they're part of the blueprint. They're part of the blueprint so that no matter where I go or what I decide to do later, I can split the track into any intersection at any point, anywhere, without a big hassle. So if I need halfway through this one for it to fork off that way, I can, because all the signaling is already here. Now, all 4 of these should just unload right now. Uh-oh. Why didn't you unload? Why are you your own? Oh wait, you're at the wrong end. I went the wrong end. How come you didn't unload? Oh, because this train is set to load, not unload. Okay, that's fine. When you come back, you will unload your gas into there. Okay, radio control units are coming here. Fused modular frames are going there. And heat sinks are going there. Obviously, I fucked that bit up. Just because I didn't have that train, this freight platform set to unload. But that's fine. Now, all of that was dealt with because the stage I'm at right now needs radio control units. Radio control units are coming from station 3. Radio control units. So, down you go, buddy. And let's plug them into our machine here and see if it works. Oh God, how am I gonna fucking do that? Alright, we've already got 3 of them with some pretty decent gaps. And there's a good reason for those gaps, and I kind of want to keep those gaps. Well, actually, you could come
If
right
you smell your own fart,
down
does that
here.
mean your fart that left your body is now back inside your body?
Some of it.
Isn't that concerning?
No, not really. What's more concerning is that the smell of a fart is actually little tiny particles of your actual poo. That's what the smell of a fart is. It's actual fecal matter. Thanks. Well, I'm just saying. Okay, so this is where we want them to go in, and they're going on the top level. So it is just going to run straight down here until I get to that. So if you've smelt it, you've tasted it as well. Yep. What the fuck? What? How did I end up losing power just then? That doesn't make any sense. Copy that power line. Squeeze me. Do you not have like power over here? There we go. Now we have power everywhere. Honestly, I even want power back over here. Okay, so I actually want you to come in to the left of the plastic. So you're going to come out there. And then you're going to come out and bend just to the left of the plastic. Like that. And I'm going to look, and radio control units are going to be on it. And they're radio control units, and we're going to double check. Those are radio control units, and we're going to double check over here that this machine needs radio control units. Okay, no mistakes have been made at this stage. But don't worry, there's plenty of fucking time. Really? Boom. Radio control units, which suddenly slow down because it's a Mark 1 belt, which is actually fine because they literally need how many? Yeah. 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 That will actually be fine. It'll look way cooler. It'll just take a minute for them to fill up, but it'll look way cooler. Everything up here is the slow belts because that's fine. That's all it needs. Boop. We'll take those and we'll split them and we will put them in the things as soon as they're powered on, which I believe we can power them on. Ta-da! I love this part. You turn on the next piece and then you like look for a second and other shit just turns on behind it because suddenly there's room. I'm like, oh, another building turned on. Oh, parts of that building are turning on. Oh, parts of this building are turning on. Oh, wires moving again. It's like, because every time it gets to the next step, it's like, oh, I can do some more stuff. Okay, so now, very temporarily, what we're going to do is sloop both of those. Because I need some. Like, I need some. And the place where they go is the last section. So I can't actually steal any once I get there. I probably don't even need to sloop it, to be honest. But let's put a merger in the middle. Like that. And let's take the MK1 line because it looks the coolest, and put it there and put it there. Very cool. Very cool. And you're gonna go into a hole. And that hole, for now, is gonna come down here. And it's gonna go into... I don't even need a box because we're not really making excess production here. This is a very, very temporary thing. We'll make excess production next time we make these things. So for now, I actually just need you to go into a dimensional depot because I need to use you to unlock a thing while we're building the stage in front. Cool. That can keep running for a little bit. Now, you're only making... $10 a minute? Is that right? How many do I fucking need? Oh, I only need 5 a minute. Yeah, they've got slumber sloops in them. That should be fine. Take a whiff of that. Now I want to go back to Mega Messy to double check on my radio control units and make sure I did fix them. Pretty much every train goes to Mega Messy, so whatever's the next train to get here, I'm just jumping on it. There's already like 3 trains that come here, so. But actually, why wait? What am I doing? Add a timetable. Take me to New Mega Messy. Save. Turn on self-driving. Why wait for a train when I can just make my own new train? God, look at how long I would have been waiting for that train. I'm only meeting the new train just here. I'm already halfway home. That's a nice ride, yeah, on that side. Once we pass Illumina here, we get to the old train tracks. It's a little more fucking bumpy on this side. This is the old train infrastructure. It's a bit bumpy wavy. My favorite bit is the little bump right here. I couldn't even line that up with the edge of the platform. like what are you doing? It's not even lined up there. There's a little bump right there. It's horrible. Yeah, let's get rid of that real quick. Okay, now we're gonna jump over here as quick as we can. So there was something I slooped, which was this area, which was just to create an excess so that I had a bit of buffer. But I want those sloops and you don't need them. That was because I was not creating enough. So now that they're out, these should all be running at 100% and they should be backed up with crystals by now. Where we make 3 per machine. A tiny bit more on that one. So we're technically ever so slightly overproducing, but that should be fine. Okay, they're all running. So the question is, will they keep running without a sloop in the machine before them? Which I think they will. I think I've fixed it now, but there's no way to know for probably an hour or two. But if we come over here, I still don't think I can do that because I don't have any. I need 200 cooling systems and I haven't made those yet. And we need 50 turbo motors, which I've now made because we're getting some of them. But I just want to unlock this next milestone as I go along. So we definitely have the fused modular frames. So let's actually just throw them in. There. We definitely have the quick wire, so we can throw that in too. There we go. We now have the turbo motors. We can throw them in. So the only thing left is cooling systems, which I don't have yet, but I will be making at the new base. Ah yes, more alien DNA to be thrown into the bin. There we go. Just double check my tickets. Casual 355 tickets. 356 tickets. 357 tickets. I'll just let that keep going. Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, that's everything here. The only thing is to come back here in an hour or two and check to make sure that everything is still operating properly. This thing will be full. This thing won't be full fucking for a while. It might actually never fill up. Depends on how long it takes me, but it should be adding a few a minute. You know, make sure. Excuse me, please get more. Ah, there they are. Thanks, buddy. They'll come in little batches. And then here's the train that takes all of them. Or all three of them. And apparently not in sequence. Or not in perfect alignment, which is interesting. Oh, jump in that one. It's clearly headed where I want to go. Great use of trains. Let's go. gonna stop here to pick up more heat sinks, right? But you're gonna have to wait because that one's getting alumina casings. But that's fine. Don't worry, it'll be your turn in just a moment. Now, do I get to go before? I think I get to go as soon as he leaves. And he has to wait for me before he exits. Oh no, he doesn't have to wait for me. He's going on a different line. Cool. Where you gonna fill the front one with more heat sinks? Yep, there go the heat sinks into the box. Woof. Woof. Yeah, you let him know, bud. I believe he might be barking at my bed because I put up like a barrier so he can't jump up on the bed. Because we've got him like plenty of spaces to sit down. We've got like big huge dog packs and comfortable couches, and I don't want him to jump on the bed. Morning. I've been messing with trains to get all the train shit into my base. It all appears to be working quite well. I'm glad you skipped Shriek-here. It's involuntary cock and ball torture. Hey, I've got some bad news, Lucas. It's voluntary cock and ball torture. You chose this, and you can choose to stop at any time. Saying harder daddy, right? CBT, cock and ball torture is what CBT is. It could also be cognitive behavioral therapy, which makes certain conversations awkward. And like all four, that train comes in with everything. That train comes in with 4 of the 5 things that I need brought into the base. The only other thing is concrete, which is coming in on that station on its own from the concrete train. Oh, that's not true. Wait, hang on. We're bringing in concrete, rubber, and plastic. There's actually only one empty line. We're bringing so many things in. Oh God, we're bringing in so much. A sea of broken yellow lights, just what you like to see. It's actually perfectly fine because we're only halfway through building the base. So most of this stuff is backed up and therefore has stopped. Although I do particularly like it right here where everything is just sort of moving a lot. Just down here to double check. Cool. Honestly, it's going to be ages before I do the next bit anyway. I'm sure my turbo motors will be full in the depot by then. Whew. So we can take out those sloops and it can just continue as normal. Which puts us back on the road again. I can't wait to get on the road again. All right, so this bit's done. So the next thing that you lead into is a finished thermal compulsion rocket. So we don't need to continue further with you right this second. We need to continue further with other things. For instance, these, because we've built up to motors. We have not built smart plating yet. We have not built modular engines. We have not built versatile framework. And we have not built cooling systems. Those are the only buildings left pre my finished product. So there's only a few buildings left before I'm building the finished product area. We're getting there. And of course, this bit is the cooling systems, which is the thing I need for my other unlock that isn't being made and accessible. We just shipped in our heat sinks and our packaged nitrogen gas. So, and we're making our motors. So I think this is the next building we work on. And that'll be fine. So we just did turbo motors. Fused modular frames are coming in on the train. We just did the turbo motors, so we do the cooling systems next, and then I sloop it and get to steal some while I build the modular engines. Then I'll get to do that unlock before hooking up the modular engine machine. Yeah, that sounds right. So we're also going to have to deal with sending the empty canisters back, but that should be fine. And we only need to deal with one unpackager. One single unpackager can handle 3 blenders. So fantastic, I guess. Time to make that. So you're going to use heat sinks, they're from the train. You're going to use motors, and they are from, I believe, up here. No, not up there. Where are the motors? Yeah, you let them know. Are they over here? Nope. Are they over here? Nope. Are they down here? Nope. Where the fuck did I put my motors? I know I've made them. They're not all the way back here, are they? There's a stators. They're all stators. It's one stator building. Where's my fucking motors? Not there. That's my wires. Building. Yeah, I know, bud. Oh, there's rotors. So motors must be next. They're up here. Yes. Okay. And good news, we're getting awfully close to the train station, which was also somewhat intentional. because the idea is to make these two pretty close to where the train station is. So that was also somewhat intentional. So, motors and two stuff that comes from the train. Let's see. How much room's in that direction? Fuck, I wish it was daytime still. I really hate this night. Oh wait, the day's coming up? Yeah, it's getting brighter. Fantastic. Okay, so we're gonna go over here next, I think. And I think I'd like to do the same thing that I did on the other side, which is make a little gap between the buildings. Right? And then to make that 2.5. And then put down my 5 blueprints. Will need to be held and nudged because it wants to attach to the 5x5 grid that I've already decided on, but you're being slightly difficult. Let me get nice and close here. I want you that way and I want you up one. Perfect. Well, this is an awful lot of lurking. I don't see a problem. Okay, so I think you're going to go 2 back. And then we're just going to grab that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the reason we put that there is so that we can put these here immediately. Because that lines up the next building with the grid again. Okay, so new problem. I have not made a single blender blueprint. This is also the only time I'm using blenders in this whole project, and I only need 3. So I don't know if I even make a blueprint for it, or if I just make the blenders. They're pretty big. They're pretty big. But I think we'll be okay because we're gonna go. We might actually flip them around. Because I think it'll look cooler from the street. So we're gonna go blender, blender, blender. And then at the back, we actually need an unpackager. Is it an unpackager or is a packager and an unpackager the same thing? Yeah, packager, unpackaged nitrogen gas. So you're going to sit in the end here. Oh, I didn't follow my own rule. Oh, hold up. Okay, my own rule. Whenever you fucking place any building of any kind, you bring power over to it. You bring power over to it. You bring power to the far corner. In case you ever need to go up a level. Okay, there we go. So you're going to unpackage nitrogen gas. And you're actually going to do it at only 75% of the speed, because that's all you'll need to do. Good news, nitrogen gas doesn't give a fuck about your head lift. Doesn't care even a little bit. So, into the back of these blenders needs to go motors and heat sinks. So I think it would still be best if we did, even though it doesn't give a fuck about head lift, I think it would still be best if we did the pipes up there. Really? Well, that's fucked. Don't like that at all. Terrarium? Nah, never. I've seen it before. I know a lot of people don't care about it, and I get it, and that's cool for you, but graphics for me is like one of the bigger things, or like one of the main things that controls how much I enjoy a game. A game that looks good graphically is more entertaining to me. Right, which is so like doesn't affect most people. A lot of people can play shit graphics. That's why so many people are still playing like the Path of Diablo mod, but like it looks garbage. Like it looks garbage. I don't know how or why people put up with it. Boom. Boom. And boom. And if we go like this, and we go vertical to horizontal, you go in, you go in, and you go in, and the excess gets chopped off, and then ta-da. Okay, so the first thing in needs to be packaged nitrogen gas, because it has to come from the fucking train station, and that's already getting a little fucking busy, to be honest. Missed. Ooh, okay, so you want to come in from the train station? I can tell you exactly where you're coming in and where you'll be leaving by hooking these up. Ooh. You're coming in on row 2. Okay, so there's two belts. One of them is going to be nitrous gas in, and the other one is going to be nitrous gas out. Well, empty canisters out. Which also means one of my train stops, which is unused currently, hopefully, is this one right here. It is. It's currently unused. So I'm going to use that one to load up empty canisters, because the train that comes here hopefully can have room to pick up the canisters and bring them back to that base. I hope. I think there's nothing on the fourth cart. This one's busy. What do you even bring? Oh, yeah, you're bringing in all the things. Yeah, that's the busy one. This one, though. What are you showing up with? Rubber, plastic, nothing in the fourth bed. Right, a different train brings concrete to this station. So there's nothing here. Nothing on this platform at all, and nothing on this train here at all. Which means this is going to be a load train. And you're going to take the empty canisters, but we're not in a rush to set that up yet. First, you're the full canister. And so that's the one we want first. Ta-da! I saw iron lung and it was really good. That sounds like a problem. Like, I don't know what that is, but it sounds like a problem. Okay, so this is where the gas come from. Right? Yes. I assume from context that it's a movie. Like this. Alright, so gas in from here. Okay, so that's where gas in. Damn, really? You just need to come a bit further with that, I guess. It's always just a little bit further than what you've got ready. Okay, there we go. Oh, could I just like, what if I hold it and like, no, half, no, half, no, half. You can do it. Can you not do a half? Can you not control nudge? Are you not allowed to do that? We can't let it clip though. I don't want it to clip though. Okay. We'll do it in a different way. If you insist. Well, I guess what we actually do is come out first and then meet it in the middle. Ta-da! Gas in. Obviously no power yet, but you might as well. Because now you fill with nitrogen. And we have empty fluid tanks to bring back. Oh, hey, get out of here. Then we're gonna do this. And there was always a floor hole there. It's actually fine. Now, presumably, this will stop making nitrogen gas once the pipes are full. God, they look cool though. Nitrogen gas looks fucking cool. All the pipes are full. Fantastic. You can pump out, just checking, 180 a minute. And you guys are going to make cooling systems which require, wait, 150 a minute? Hold on. That can't be right. Rubber, heatsink, water, and nitrogen gas? No, that's not right. Oh, cooling device is an alternate recipe. Oh. One I apparently don't have. Aha. Alternate recipe cooling device. Right there. Thanks, buddy. There we go. So we need to make 15 of them a minute. At base, they each make 5, which is fantastic. They each take 60 nitrogen gas per minute, which means I need 180 nitrogen gas per minute, which is exactly what you're creating at 75% capacity. So it would be ideal to me if those machines would fill up with gas before anything else comes in. Which they will only do if they have power, which they now do. That should be a non-issue. Now, the motors and heat sinks need to come over. Doesn't even matter what side they come from at all. So motors and heat sinks. Honestly, it would look the best if there was just a belt leading to these last ones. So in here like this, in that line, if we have a splitter there and there, that should work. And then we have a splitter there and there. That should work. Now, how much do you guys take? 10 at most. Fantastic, which means... what does that mean? It means Mark 1 belts is fine. Not just fine, but preferred. Oh, that's not right. Wait. That's not right. Because now these have to... no, those have to cross. That's not right. That's not how you do that. No, 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 no. That's not good. 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 Right. So, how do I actually do that again? I want it all to be visible. How do I make it all visible? I mean, I could do one from underneath, but like, then it's not visible. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. if I put the splitters, let's say back here. Right near the edge of the building. Right. And then what we do is just over a bit off the line so that it's not interrupting. We do a belt in there. That way we can have it all be cool and visible from the top. And we can see stuff moving in by just having distance here. Because that's what I want to do, is to see stuff going in. And that way I can do the other splitting in the logistics floor. So you would go like that, and you would go in there, 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 and then you would connect to that, and then you would connect to that, and then there's not really room to put another like pipe there without clipping, but there is room for a belt. So we just run the next thing in from there, right? And that does that. And then cool. All nice and slow because it doesn't need to be fast for this machine, which is fantastic. And then it means both things that need to come in get fed in. So one gets fed in here and cascades down the whole line, which will be whichever one requires more, because I'll do it first. We're using 30 heat sinks and only 7 motors. Is that true? Wow, we're only using 7.5 motors. We're using 30 heat sinks. Okay, so heat sinks first. Motors second. Heat sinks have to come from the train. Oh god, a third thing from the train. Okay, so hang yourself. I'm starting to see why people build like a big central bus in their cities often. Because like that's sort of what happened here, except I hadn't planned to have a big central bus from the beginning, and therefore it could be neater. What even is this one? Oh. That's the motors, right. Which have ended up backed up all the way to here so far because they've stopped running. Because the rest of the factory isn't running. Perfectly fine, no problem with that. Shit, heat sinks. This one? Nope. Not that one. One of these. This one. This one? No. Nope. 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 No. Fused modular frames. Heat sinks. Here they are. This one. That thing's just an arrow for me. Ah, this one right here. Okay, so your only job is to hitchhike a lift on this one right here. You gotta get over there and hitchhike a lift on that. Which will be easier to do from the back. It's always easier to do from the back. Sorry, what? Boom. And that'll be full of heat sinks. Fantastic. My thought process is just, you know, because you can get deeper and I need all the help I can get. Okay, where are we going? We're close. I want heat sinks in this back one right here. And I think you're going to do the same thing where you go underneath. Because it's... well... let's have a look though. I mean, heat sinks are pretty slim. I wonder if heat sinks will fit in that gap. It was a pretty tight gap. I couldn't get anything through it before. But will a heat sink fit through the gap? We don't know. Let's have a look. Place it down. No, there's still clips. You'd have to be something flat to be acceptable like that. Ooh, or hold on. I can fit that in by faking a platform so the belt comes in a bit lower, right? And then just having it go up after it crosses the belt. Actually, perfect though. I really kind of need you. You need me? Yeah, kind of. To be as close as you can. Perfect. Them heat sinks are rolling in. Okay, so now we just need motors and this thing's up and running. Although I wouldn't say that. We actually still need to return the empty canisters somewhere or the whole thing shuts down. And because it's using nitrogen gas, I'd actually like to have the return set up before I switch the machine on at all. So motors. Hi motors. Look, where do I want to yoink motors from exactly? Not from here, because this is the place that uses motors. Actually use a pretty, well, actually you use a pretty minimal amount of motors, and so do you. I don't see any problem yoinking that from the same belt. I feel like I could yoink motors off this belt and it would not be a problem. Why? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? There's a button for hold to the inline. You can see it. Just wait and just move it around till you see both the lines. See, there you go. Now it's in line. It's not that hard of a concept. Now, I actually don't want to fill them yet. What I want to do is head down. And I think that I want to put a splitter here, but like in line with this lift. Damn it. Okay, what if I build that out so it's closer? Will you know about it then? That's pretty close. Will you know about it then? Really? Okay, what if I put it over this side? Couldn't get too much closer. What if I put a splitter there now? Perfect. Fly through the motors till the belt's full. No problem. So now if I connected these up, if I were to connect those up now, the machines would all start, which we can't have because we don't have a way to get rid of the waste yet. So we can let those things fill up, which I've just about done. Not that they really need to fill up, they're only using 10 per minute, but the motors are only 2.5 per minute, so. Okay, now we can just flick all these off. Off, off, off. And now I can at least fill the belts of these. So just going 1, 2, 3, which means all this happens underneath, but motors pop out nice and slowly onto their belts like that. Now these are ready to go as soon as I get the waste back to the train station. So waste is gonna go back on. Did I already decide the closest line? I did. I'm so happy about that. Okay. Well, I almost certainly don't need this one. Okay, cool. So waste is going to go back on that line. Because funnily enough, the empty bottles, and like maybe I should just make more empty bottles. Like maybe it's easier to make more empty bottles. I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, the bottles are going back on the train. Back to the place where they get made. To be reused next time. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You can't reach that one? You son of a bitch. Okay, I will put that in. You can reach that one. And you don't touch anything. It takes longer to run logistics than it does to build the machines that do things. The logistics part is significantly longer. Like time wise. Now, you're just going to have to stop there because I haven't figured out exactly what train can bring you back. Not that one, because it's full. So hopefully this train, this is the train I want to do it, which will be the train that brings in rubber and plastic, which is the Kardashians. The Kardashians bring in rubber and plastic. Okay. So at Mega Messy, you load that, and I would have you unload empty fluid tanks. Save. And then in space 1, I would have you load empty fluid tanks. Save. Save changes. Okay, the only issue is in space 4 in Mega Messy, is it taken already? Is space 4 in Mega Messy taken already? That's why I haven't hooked up this thing. Transport. I have this feeling like Train 4 in Mega Messy is actually already bringing in aluminum casings, which could be an issue. Although, as long as one of the 4s is empty, I can have it do a loop, because it can actually stop at 2 train stations. Like it can stop at Mega Messy and bottle service. In fact, maybe that's what it should do. Is certainly bringing like relatively low throughput items. You could afford the extra delay. We'll see if it's even needed. Maybe space 4 is clear, and maybe I don't need to worry about it. I think it's not. Bye. I'm right. Space 4 is where I'm bringing in aluminum casings. So what I can do then is go to the Kardashians, same train, but at Mega Messy, we get rid of that, we make it none again, save. And then what we do is we make you go from Mega Messy to hold on, save. I want you to go from Mega Messy to I'm pretty sure that that's garbage and is not getting used, because I think I just accidentally sent some here. Pretty sure that you could empty it here into this container and that would be okay. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Someone still doesn't have enough reinforced iron plates. Motherfucker. problem that won't be a problem for a while, but it will be a problem. Okay, how can I add in more reinforced iron plates? I mean, you're only just making enough iron to make oh, you're not making enough iron to make reinforced iron plates. Okay, the amount of reinforced iron plate I'm trying to make is correct. The amount of iron I am making to bring it in is not correct. We are not making enough raw iron. Now, I thought I fixed that. Isn't that what I did over here? Oh, I did fix it. What I didn't know was that I was going to run out of iron ingots. Okay. So, one step back again. We have to go find where iron ingots are being made. So, I had fixed it. But I hadn't fixed it far enough back. Oh, lordy lord. All right. We're making iron ingots and not enough of them anymore. Plenty of room on that belt though. I bet this is a real easy fix. I bet the last time I was making these, I didn't even have an MK3 miner. It's probably not even overclocked. Holy shit, how far away did I bring this from? No wonder it took so long. No wonder it ran well for so long. This whole belt was probably full of backlog, and it had to run out on the belt before it ran out of actual... Oh, you're coming from under still? Yep, okay, we'll keep going. My bad, I apologize. Oh, then you go back up again? Where the fuck are you coming from, my dude? Those are the steel ingots. Where are the iron ingots? No. I was following them. I was following the iron ingots. The iron ingots this is coming down right there. Is it you guys? Oh, so it's just this pack of 4. That's making all the iron for the whole base, and some of them are even underclocked. Okay, so they're now all up at 45 each. Now, are we getting enough iron? I mean, I guess I should double check that. Like, I'd rather this backed up. Like, I'd rather we just fucking... Like, it's fine if they turn off. Okay, cool. Well, we just doubled our iron production. Provided we're making enough iron ore. So, how you doing? Fantastic. There are problems cascading over multiple bases. But we're working on it. So that's coal and that's coal. And that's coal. Where the fuck is my iron ore coming from? Oh, is that you? Is that you, my dude? Nope, that's coal. Okay, well, is it under here somewhere? That's limestone. Concrete. Oh, iron ore. Okay, you're getting fed into both of those machines. And since I just doubled the output, I have no idea if you're making enough anymore. You were already a fully overclocked MK2, and I don't have written down what I was using before, so I think we just upgrade it to an MK3, and if it stops, it stops, but we just want to make sure we have enough. We don't really care if this base like you might as well fill the belt. Excuse me. There we go. You might as well fill the belt. I know you can only take 780 on a belt, so that's as much as you can do, but that's still 180 more than you were doing, which is hopefully enough. I'd actually like it a little bit if I saw this thing stutter just occasionally, so that I knew that I wasn't using more than 100% of the whole line. They are MK5s. Well, I mean, I guess all I can do is just hope that that's enough. On the bright side, this belt, oh, it's only an MK4. Nope, 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 become an MK5. What about that? That's only an MK4 lift? Nope, become an MK5. You know what? Into the individual machines is fine as an MK4. But the lift up, MK5. The belt into all of them, MK5. The next belt across, MK5. Whatever, you'll be fine. Yeah, I don't mind if the belt into each machine is only an MK4, that doesn't matter. I also don't really care that the belt coming out of here is just an MK4, because there's no way you were making enough to fill an MK4 anyway. Although, how much are we making? 60 per, and there's 4 of them? I mean, I could ramp up more. I mean, they could be making 75 per. I mean, we might as well fucking throw them to the max. This is the earliest stage in production. It doesn't matter if they overflow the line and it backs up and these stop. Who fucking cares? Like, oh no, my smelters are turning on and off. Okay. Give me more fucking iron. Which is still only 75. Still only 300. But more importantly, we were only making 120 and now we're making 300. So nearly tripled the iron ingots running into this map. Or running into this base. So I don't mind if they back up, it's fine. I just want to not run out of that again. The problem is revisiting old bases and also relying on those old bases to produce stuff that I'm shipping out to my new base. So I've come back to my old base, which I've learnt more from now, and so my bases don't look this fucking messy and horrible anymore. But I'm here and now I've got to fucking troubleshoot my old garbage. It's not as easy as it would be to troubleshoot my new base, which is much nicer. Okay, well, I can say one thing with absolute certainty. I'm still using all of the iron because the box is not filling up. So I definitely needed it all. Whatever I just threw in there, I definitely needed it. Although, maybe it will fill up once these machines are full, which it looks like they're filling up now. It does look like they're filling up now. I mean, this one's getting fed 4 ore every time it uses 1 ore. So, I guess it's filling up. At least that's going to put them at running 100%, because that one was running at 90 and this one was running at 90 and this one I think was running at even less. Actually, I think they were all under. They were all less than that. They've rounded up since then. Okay. So that's them done. Plenty of backed up motors here too. Not important. What's getting made here and why do you not have any wire? Oh, it's the wire that's getting made here. Okay, cool. And over here. Yeah, okay, these are coming up. These are going to be 100%. Fantastic. Now, these are the reinforced iron plates. Ah, these are the ones making modular frames. So they are backed up. That's not the important bit. Oh my god, there's so many making modular frames. Huh. I wonder if it was never a problem to begin with and that it's actually just a routing problem, that we're not getting enough over here because of my routing. Although it'll take a minute for this to fucking... Yo, this one's got 100 in it. Okay. I mean, I guess that'll fill slowly. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, those are very, very slowly filling up now. Okay, so that one only hit 46 before it finished. We're just gonna sit here for a minute, well, 45 seconds, and see if it hits more than 46. Oh yeah. Oh, easy. Is it easy? Come on, 46. Okay, that's all it hit before it used it last time. It's only 42% of the way through. Okay, so it's gonna get 12. It's getting more iron plates now. That's the important bit. It might take a little bit for that to trickle down, especially since these ones are using more. It'll take a little bit for that to trickle all the way down. But it should sort itself out. In theory, this will sort itself out. Yes, this one's already got 100. So this will be the next one to get 100. Okay, so while that's working itself out, stop. Edit timetable. After you go to Mega Messy, I want you to go to New Mega Messy. And at New Mega Messy, I want you to load none, and I want you to unload empty fluid tanks. And you know what? Empty canisters if you had any. So if I do that and I just double check real quick, you'll have nothing in freight floor yet because I'm not picking up anything from freight floor. New Mega Messy is, oh, is that the wrong base? It's this one I want, not New Mega Messy. It's Mega Messy 2 I want you to be dropping them off at, not New Mega Messy. That is my bad. Mega Messy 2, right? Where you will load nothing and unload empty fluid canisters, and if you have them, empty canisters also. Save. Okay, now I'm pretty sure it'll let you do the loop through both stations. Right, so you're gonna come to space 1 like you just did, fill up with the things that you're taking from here. then what you'll do is you'll join there and you'll go, you didn't do it. You didn't do it. Oh, okay. I messed up the order. Okay, that's fine. So the next station is that. But you will do it now. Right, you'll go space, Mega Man. Right, because you'd already left, you'd already decided space was the new station. Okay. Space in one, you're going to load fluid tanks. Good. And you're going to unload rubber and plastic. Okay, so you're already set to that. So all I need to do is hook the fluid tanks up on this end. And then that can start. There's a huge buffer. And then I can follow it back to the other base again, make sure the tanks are emptying right, and then I can check on the troubleshooting that I did at that original base, which should have flowed through to making the correct amount of units. Okay. Good. This is the station I wanted you to get at. Now there'll be nothing, but you are already set to load fluid tanks, which are going to come from this platform, which is where I was going to load them from. Fantastic. So that bit's done. Well, not done, but it's about to be. Be this one, right? Weird. Okay. If you're gonna behave weirdly, just go to there. Empty fluid tanks. Okay. So at least I have a place to dump the empty fluid tanks. Which means we get to test this bit. We've quite enough of a buffer of ingredients that if the other side is messed up, it'll be fine. Motors already on the belts. Everything's ready. On you go. On you go. On you go. And you're now making 15 cooling systems, which for right now, very temporarily, idiot. Get to go into a depot. So I can use you to get my last unlock. But on they go, and that caused other machines to tick on again. I need 200 of these, by the way. So, for now, they get slooped. Just because the ones I need for my pocket are a lot. I love that when you put sloops in, it like does shit to all the smoke and everything. Like you can visually see that like the sloops have had this like magical effect on the machinery. Cool. And so the empty canisters are headed back where they're supposed to go. Those are running nicely. Yo, this is concrete delivery. What are you doing picking up? Hold up. What do you do there? Okay, I thought so. Let me take those. You load none. You continue on about your driving route. You're set to load none here now, right? Edit timetable space 1. Load only. None. Save. Save. Quick, let me off. I don't actually want to go on that trip. Thank you. Bye. Put my bottles back. You're not the one that's supposed to take bottles. The other train is the one that's supposed to take bottles. Was it here? No. That's the delivery. This is the exit. There we go. Right, where is it? There it is. It's coming. Here it comes. To it, you will deliver rubber and concrete. So yeah, rubber and plastic, which is what you've gotten here. It is, although you won't deliver much because we haven't used a lot because half the base isn't working, but you'll deliver a bit and you'll take all of those. Fantastic. Yeah, quick, get in. And we're just going to make sure they get emptied correctly on the other side. And as long as they're getting emptied correctly on the other side, everything's sorted. No, not everything. And we've got to double check that we didn't fuck up our radio control units on the other end. Oh God. Logistics, huh? Logistics, you say? Buddy. I think instead of T-junctions, I should have roundabouts. I think it goes smoother and allowed for better through traffic. Next time I'm building a new base, I might try and make a roundabout. We'll see how that goes. Messy first, where you just load up new plastic and rubber. Then you're going to go to Mega Messy 2 to unload. So you're actually gonna take a little bit longer now, because you're gonna stop at this station, which is where you would just load the plastic and rubber, which you might not even have to do because we didn't use a full stack at the other side, so you'll just stay here for 15 seconds. But if I'd used a full stack, you'd be loading it. And then you're going to come out and you're going to go to Mega Messy 2. Which is going to be fine, because you're just going to reconnect here and you're just going to turn around and go into the next station. Perfect. where you're going to unload empty fluid tanks into here. And that's the only thing you're going to do here. You're not going to unload anything else. You're not going to take these, although there's nothing here to take, but you're not going to do anything. You're just going to unload empties right there. You're just going to unload empties right there. Fucking fantastic. Okay, now I just got to hook the empties up to this, which was already set to come somewhere else, but we're not going to go there anymore. We're going to go here now, I think. Yep, empty fluid tanks, empty fluid tanks. Fantastic. Now, I think this is where I was originally planning on emptying them, but it just didn't work out that way. So, since you're emptying nothing, right? I'm just going to delete one of those to make sure it was the right hole. If it was the wrong hole, then that would be an issue. Nope, that's the right hole. Fantastic. That is where the empties were going. Let me double check that that is where the empties were going first. Double belt of empties. They both come down here. This one says empty fluid tanks forward, empty canisters right. This one says empty fluid tanks forwards, empty canisters left. Forward gets merged, goes into here, which is the empty canister storage bin. The empty fluid tank storage bin and the empty canister storage bin is upstairs where it's supposed to be. That is already hooked up. So we can unload both empty canisters and empty storage, whatever. Both things work here. However, they do need to be slightly lower. You're gonna have to come down too. You're gonna have to come down too. And you are gonna have to do that as well to go under. And you are also going to have to do that to go under. Oh, do you mind? There we go. Here come all the empties. Here come all the empties. And the closed loop system is completed, as they all head into the bottom floor and none of them head up because they're fluid containers, and we are fine. And they start doing their little fucking loop-de-loops, and they get back in, and we're all good. Fucking fantastic. Oh, everything appears to be running. This is the slowest increase in materials I've ever seen in my life. That's still not at 100, but we are increasing. It is getting slightly more than it's using. So I think pushing everything to its absolute max that I can handle seems to have been enough. Just. Which means all my radio control units. There's 3 at 100%. There's 3 at 100%. There's 3 at 100%. There's 3 at 100%. And there is 3.75 at 100%. I need 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.75. Okay, so you're oversupplying by 0.75 a minute. I'm gonna let that keep happening. That's fine. I'm gonna let that keep happening. I am on board. Are you satisfied yet? Sometimes. Sometimes I'm really happy, and then other times I have to revisit one of my old bases that is less organized than I now am, and it gives me a headache. Because like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, where is everything? I'm like, what am I doing? All right, let's get rid of those. On the bright side, we're printing coupons. I mean, not enough for a golden nut run, but that's not at all what I meant to do. I was meant to run past that. Bring me back. There we go. Okay. So, back home. Well, I guess technically this is home, but I don't even like this base. Yoink. Take me to space out, man. Thanks, buddy. Found 2 div before level 80. I think my next legal start is cooked. I have found 2 div in the campaign before getting the maps before. I've also been level 93 without a div, so I don't know. It can swings and roundabouts. Anything can happen. now onto the good track. Dropping one in standard while doing a leveling practice is kind of bad. Speaking from experience, my first 2 dropped in standard. Yo, that's fucked up. That's actually so fucked up. Like, the second time is when you take it personally, right? Like, the first time is like, yeah, annoying. It feels a little bit bad, but it's also funny. The second time feels real personal. Like, the second time is like, wait, it fucking squeezed me? What do you mean? Thanks for the trip. See ya. Thanks for the trip. See you next fall. Come out. Woo. So we've now completed that step, which is my cooling units, my phrases. Okay, so all we got to do is make the modular. So now all I have to do is this bit, modular engines, and then I can start making those. And down here we've already done our electromagnetic control rods, so the only thing I have left there is the versatile framework. So I have essentially 2 more sub buildings and then my 2 big buildings for my 2 elevator parts. All of the train work and logistic part is already done. So we're literally 4 buildings away from having our first 2 elevator parts fully automated. Whew, I'm very happy with that. Holy 12 and a half of these? That's insane. Ah, this is where we start using a lot of rubber and plastic. Oh, a little bit further back. There's actually 3. I have to do this one for smart plating. Okay, so I have to do smart plating first, then that one, and then I'm in. Then we're in. Then we're in the thing. Okay, and that is where I think a majority of our plastic, well, a little bit of extra plastic. The rubber though, we're using more rubber here. We're already bringing in both the rubber and the plastic, so it's gonna use another 37, and you're gonna use another 187 rubber per minute, which is fine. We're already bringing in enough for all of that. So None of that work needs to be done. Oh, you're bringing in more rubber too. Another 100 rubber a minute. All right, so we're about to use another 200 rubber a minute. Still fine. Still fine. We're still bringing in enough. Damn right. In total, we're only using about 70 plastic, but we're using 350 rubber, which is actually like half of our total stockpile of rubber. Like, we're bringing half of our rubber from our rubber and plastic facility to here. Which is crazy, because I thought I made enough rubber and plastic for like a long time, and apparently I didn't. Apparently I made enough for now, I guess. Okay. So smart plating and versatile frames are the next two, and they are both going to require, I'm going to say, the same amount of space. I'm going to build that one in 3. I'm also going to build that one in 3, I think. Let's have a look. We're getting pretty close to the train station. But we can always build a larger train station whenever we want. I could actually build 2 more stations really easily if I need more in or outs, because we are nearly using all of these already. But I could very easily add 2 more, and we could build out and use more if we needed to. That's not really a crash site. It just looks like a crash site until I get close, right? That's the one that tricked me before. Is it? Yep. You piece of shit. You piece of shit. Okay. It like doesn't realize that I've already looted that crash site until I get within range, and the within range is actually just off the road, so it just disappears whenever I get near it. It's actually a pain in the ass. Okay, so we need plastic, rotors again, and my reinforced iron plate. So where are my rotors again? It's these, right? Yeah, they're my rotors. Cool. Which I think are already going over here anyway, right? No, full motors are over here. And over here. Okay. Where is my reinforced iron plate? I bet it's a real long way away, just to be inconvenient. Not there, not there, not there. Oh, wait. Ah, so this is everything. I built the same building iron into reinforced iron plate. Okay, so I need that. Reinforced iron plate. I need this, rotors, and I need plastic off the line. It happens to be on the other side of the road just to fuck with me a little bit. Those ones can go away. As can these. Okay, that being said, plastic's coming off the main line and both things I need are on this side. So I think best place to build for the next building is actually to come in here. And make this building at the back. So assume these are all roads here. These are little small roads and these all end up being buildings. Since I need stuff from down there and I'm sending it that way, I think I might put it right there. Yeah, I've already got stuff that's back this far. It suits the rest of the place. Fantastic, that's where it's going. Yeah, we do need 5 though. So you are gonna have to be a 2x2. So maybe you actually don't want to be that close. But the road is coming from right there would be convenient and nice and all. But I think maybe you just go here. Hold. Oh, hey, don't hold down there. Hold up here. And then rule number 1, if you grab a building, immediately grab a power source so you can float forever. There we go. But you're going to need 5 assemblers is insane. Wait, not assemblers. 5 manufacturers. 5 manufacturers is crazy. They take up so much room. 2 fully overclocked manufacturers, though? That doesn't take up as much room. In fact, technically, if I was really squeezing it in, I could fit 2 in. How much power you got? Plenty. Not worried about power. Not worried about power. Not worried about space either. Not really worried about either. Using any mods or tools? No mods, but I am using Satisfactory Modeler to plan out my factory. And I have used the Satisfactory Calculator website just to like look at where all of the nodes are to like pick where I'm going to build my base. Okay, I'll tell you what, we'll go 3. Because 3 looks really nice, and it's still some overclocking because we're supposed to have 5, but 3 will be fine. One goes to 200% and 2 go to 150, and we're fine, right? It just looks nicer. And you're gonna make smart plate in the alternate plastic recipe. Which I don't have. Cool, good story. Wait, is it that one? Yeah. Plastic smart plating. That's the one. Thanks, buddy. Get out of here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, one of you is to 150. And no, one of you to 200. Now it's like I have 4 machines. And 2 of you to 150. And now it's like I have 5 machines. But I only have to deal with 3. Now, how much do you bring in? Sweet fuck all. How much do you bring out? Sweet fuck all. You're also only doing 3 things. So again, we're just not going to use the top row, but I'm not even going to delete it. It can just fucking hang there. Fantastic. And we're making smart plating. So just to be different, I guess. Nah, we want to merge it towards the end. We want to go down at the end of the platform, away from the road. We'll deal with that later. Okay, so our ends can actually go in a row, maybe. That'd be ideal. And our 3 ends are reinforced iron plate, rotor, and plastic. So There's already a splitter here. There's already a splitter here. That's a splitter for rotors. Oh, and it fits just inside the building. Just fucking barely. Well, I guess you're coming in that way. Okay. Easy. That's the first one. There's rotors. It was rotors, reinforced iron plate, and plastic. So reinforced iron plate is going to be... It's somewhere over here, right? Did I not send... Oh. Wait, is there a second building using reinforced iron plate here? Did I have to split off? You use iron plate. You make reinforced iron plate, which comes down there. That's where you come from. Where do you go? Aha. There was another machine that uses reinforced iron plate. It's over that way. Oh, okay. Well, that's a bit messy if I sneak it through like there. Where could I sneak it through? I think it's time to go under. I think another reinforced plate goes under here. We come on this row. Yep, there it is. So, splitter. Hello. Lift. Now you're gonna come to... I think you could go like just above that height right there. I think you could make a straight run for it over the top of that. So we just put a floor hole in. Ta-da! And then we take one of these, put it here, and we page it down until it's at the appropriate height. Let me see where we're gonna run it. Ah, is that gonna clear? If that clears, then I'm happy with it. It does not clear. I mean, you can hop it though. Is that like a straight shot the whole way? Looks like it. That's where you'll want to jump back in. You won't even jump back in. What I'll actually do is do this. And to be, I think it'll be that height. Not quite. Grab that one and put it at that height. Okay, that's where you're going. And we come back and delete all this foundation again. Oop. And it's in. That. Get rid of that. Ta-da! Okay, we're just gonna bring the second one straight down onto that level, which is how the rotors are getting in. So now we have rotors, reinforced iron plate, and now I just need to get the plastic on the other side, right? Reinforced iron plate, rotor, plastic, which is already on my, I guess this is the bus now. I didn't intend for that to happen, but it sort of feels like it's a bus now. We're gonna have to take that from below, aren't we? Damn, I should have left a little tiny bit of that road down there so that I could bring it down to that height as well. At least then it'd match. That's fine. We will lower a new piece. That's too far. Control page up, page down, control page up. You know what? Fucking close enough. Yeah, you're right near the edge, so splitter onto the rubber near the edge of the platform. So like in line here on the rubber, please. I don't know if that worked. Didn't see anything move. It doesn't have any rubber in it. Let's get rid of them ceiling mounts. Splitter. Again, roughly there. It doesn't feel right. Like it looks like it clicked on, but it doesn't feel like it clicked on. Let's find out. You've either got rubber in it or you don't. You do not have any rubber in it. And yet, those are connected, but that has no rubber in it. But that's connected. I broke it. Cool. Oh, now you've got rubber in it. Okay, well, it's working now. Doo-doo. That is all the 3 things I need. A nuclear cluster for a minute for phase 4. And they can figure out nuclear power before things get 10 times harder. 1? I was gonna set up 10 like right away, assuming that we would need a lot of it for the next phase. Have I been is that too much? Is that too much? This deck is only 15 per 11.5 and 15, so none of those belts need to be any faster. 60 is plenty fast for that whole belt. But 10 minutes, yeah, those particle accelerators use a lot of power. I hope I do. If I don't, what I will do instead is I will still set up for 10 and I'll just turn on one of them. I come back and turn on the other 9 when I want them. But like for now, I'm doing all right. Although technically my maximum consumption is approaching my productive mark, so maybe I'm not all right once this whole factory turns on. Maybe I do have to go back and do power after this base. This does include my 3 old bases which don't run anymore. So, but that's only like 4,000 maybe at most. So I may actually need to do power before I do. Yeah, I don't have rocket fuel yet. I was still on turbo fuel when I made my skyscrapers, but they're intentionally set up in a way that I can do 4 rocket fuel towers that will mix in with them. Right? It'll just like it'll become one giant tower with 4 untouched, stay the way they are, and then 4 rocket fuel ones. So that may end up being the next project, because we might end up closer to the power goal than power limit than I thought, and I would like some power. But speaking of power, on you go, buddy. On you go, buddy. On you go, buddy. Ooh, look at him go. The best thing is watching other stuff turn on. Every time you do something, like some random building somewhere, like turns on like a minute later or whatever, because something behind it is used. So like whatever's doing reinforced plates and rotors, I've suddenly started using some of them. So like some lights just randomly go green, and they'll start remaking them. See, like you can see movement here where there wasn't before, because I've introduced the next step in a progress. Rapid alt 14 at 201 at 100. Jesus. Are you on nuclear yet? I mean, like, I mean, technically I like have access to nuclear power plants, but I haven't touched nuclear power at all. But I do Jesus Christ, that's huge. Next, we grab one of these. We put it right here. And it says smart plating at 25 a minute. Cool. Ta-da! Smart plating done. Okay, that might actually be the last building we make today. But we are pretty fucking close to done. So we did the cooling systems, so we've got to make tomorrow versatile framework and modular engine parts. And those are the last 2 sub-buildings. And then we get to make our buildings, the ones that make the thermal propulsion rocket and the magnetic field generator. So we're a total of 4 buildings away from our first 2 elevator parts. Everything needed here is already either being shipped here or now being generated, or is in these 2 buildings. So we should have those two up and running pretty quick, actually. Those will happen relatively quickly. But before I go, taking the train takes too long. I want to go back here because I can do this thing now. Boom. Oh, that took too many. Particle enrichment.
Milestone reached. Project part number 9, nuclear pasta, can be created in the particle accelerator. The accelerator has vast and fluctuating power demands, depending on the recipe, so will need careful integration with your factory. Fix-It does not waste, so nuclear waste can be refined by the particle accelerator into plutonium for reuse in the nuclear power plant. Fun fact: Fix-It psychologists suggest factory designs reflect the minds of their creators in unexpected ways. On an unrelated note, your infrastructural choices have been interesting.
Okay, Ada, relax. Ooh. We're not getting a lot of plastic and rubber out of here anymore. Silly Baylor. Silly Baylor. Thought he'd made enough rubber and plastic for like the rest of the game. With his rubber and plastics facility over there. I've already used up over half the rubber and about a third of the plastic. That's what you get. But did I make it scalable? I mean, not there. I actually used all the oil and it's emboxed now, but I still have the blueprint that would let me copy it fucking and make another building so quickly. I just need a different oil node to take. So that's fine. There's technically a pure oil node back there somewhere that I'm not currently using, but I plan on using it for the secondary towers. Like I'll be using it to build the second, like the rocket fuel towers. Okay. $250. Jesus Christ. Whenever I make the rocket fuel ones, which it looks like fucking might be tomorrow, I may have to do that. I may have to do that next before I keep making more parts. But whenever I do that, I'm going to make sure to keep enough rocket fuel to generate, I don't know how many is appropriate, but I want to generate rocket fuel for use in like cars and drones and drones, mostly drones. So I gotta like attach that to the tower intentionally. From the beginning. Might want a rocket fuel alt recipe, probably haven't. Yep. Damn, that makes a lot more rocket. Well, does it even? Oh, this has to be. Oh, you have to make it into turbo fuel first and then add nitric acid to make rocket fuel. or you just make fuel directly into rocket fuel, but the stuff you would use to make nitric acid and nitrogen gas are just there. Oh, and the byproduct is compacted coal. Oh. Huh. What might I use the compacted coal for? We'll see. We'll get there when we get there. We'll get there when we get there. Yeah, alright, let's send people there. I will see everybody tomorrow, where I look forward to finishing those last two, those two parts for my space elevator. Goodbye.